Hello and welcome to the first video on this channel with my voice in it. In case you don't know me, which is very likely, I am a hitless runner from Germany and currently I've gotten 6 different runs in Elden Ring. I spent a lot of time on this game and on the bosses specifically, and the reason why I'm doing this video is that the last run I got is very special to me and I got to use a lot of cool strats, so I'd like to talk about it to kind of explain everything. I'll also link the uncommentated, unedited recording of the run in the description in case you want to watch it without hearing me yapping about it. And I should preface this by saying that this video isn't exactly meant as a guide for new runners who want to get their first any percent. There are actual guides out there that are much better for that. I can definitely not recommend Recycle's guide enough. He does a much better job than I could ever do at explaining everything. You can find it on the Team Hitless Discord server that I'll hopefully remember to link in the description. This video is more so meant for people that are interested in hitless runs on this game. There are some newish or relatively rare strats that I'm gonna show off, and I'll also try my best to go a little bit more in depth on the trickier boss fights. Also feel free to ask me questions in the comments if you have any. So with this way too long introduction out of the way, let's start with the run. But of course we do the usual stuff in the beginning. So I want to go over the restrictions real quick. Of course, we're doing all red runes, which means I have to defeat all shardbearers and Elden Beast in the end. This run is R1, which of course means no leveling, which isn't a huge problem since I am allowing stat boosting and there are a lot of ways to boost your stats through other methods in this game. But it does limit what I can use, especially early on in the run. And the next restriction is +0, which means no upgrading weapons or use of pre-upgraded weapons. This is definitely the harshest restriction that limits the damage output the most and makes the run really challenging. But it also makes the run interesting because it encourages the use of different weapons. Since you don't have to collect upgrade materials for every single one of them. And in this run I used like about 12 different melee weapons to deal damage. And most of them are pretty much on the way as well, which is really nice. And yeah, with these restrictions, to my knowledge, this run has been done before by the 3 amazing runners, Wandering, Shilki, and Azaz. Wandering also added no spells to his run, and Shilki added no infusions to the restrictions. Basically, what I'm doing instead is I added Regionlocked to my list of restrictions, which basically means I have to defeat the boss that locks the specific area I'm in before I can proceed to the next one. For example, I have to defeat Godrick before I can leave Limgrave to Liurnia, where I have to kill Rennala to get to Eltis, and so on. I would say a lot of the run doesn't change that much because of this, but there are some significant differences to the non-region locked version. Of course, Rennala has to be done early, which makes the usual strats in this run not work anymore. Also, I have to go through Precipice and Makar, which isn't too bad, but just something to add to the run. And arguably, well, I guess that's debatable, but arguably the biggest thing is that I don't have access to infinite rot pots and rot grease, no rot pots at all even, because going to the Lake of Rot isn't really feasible for this, since I'd also have to kill Estelle and either Regal Moose or Fia's OnlyFans subs plus 40 sacks. And yeah, so that's kind of limiting my damage output on the like later bosses in the run significantly. But I still think, but I think this makes routing for this run really interesting. And the run itself is also really interesting because of Regionlocked, because, even though you don't have that much setup in R1 plus 0, normally, I guess, as you have on like leveled runs with upgrades, still, like, you have to do a bit of stuff, and in this run, it's just less that I have to do in the beginning. I get to Godrick much faster, and then I immediately, head to the academy and stuff, and it seems a little bit more streamlined, I guess. Here I'm porting back to the starting grace because I want to get the broadsword for these first boss fights. What I can say for the overall run, I routed this for the first time like over a year ago, basically after I got my first any percent, but it was more of a, is this possible and feasible, and I didn't run it for a long time because I thought I wasn't good enough to get it yet. And then I decided to revisit this after I got my RL1 NG+7 Milady only run, which required me to fight the bosses for a reasonably long time. And, for me, I would say it was probably already harder than R1 plus 0 any percent. And I ended up spending quite a bit of time on rerouting this run and updating strats. Took a lot of inspirations from other runners as well, especially from Zaz's R1 plus 0 HDR, which is a very optimized and cool run. I'll also link that in the description if I remember to, because you should give it a watch if you haven't watched it already. It's very good. And yeah, I actually ended up getting this run on my sixth attempt, but not because I'm so good. Trust me, I just got some really decent RNG, and I got lucky in some very messy moments, as you'll see. Here, I almost forgot to go for the Wild Strikes Ash of War, which I'm going for, and I will be using this on one specific boss later in the run. And then I'm going towards Margit here already. It's a fight that the broadsword makes much easier than it would otherwise be, because you can stun in 2 square of R2s, and after a riposte, you always get another square of R2 when going like around him to his back. Like you'll see, here I stun, and then I could have done another R1 here, probably, and then, but I instead just go for this, then do a square of R1, get the riposte, and now I can do another square of R2, like going around him, and like look at how much damage this already is, like really, really nice. Of course he like stalls a little bit, but otherwise it's a really normal fight. You just have to watch out, like he has 80 poise, right, and that means his poise resets basically after 6 seconds. Here I kind of was a little bit surprised by the stagger, which is why I did R1 instead, but it doesn't really matter. It's he recovers his poise quite quickly, but even if you don't get too many staggers, like it's still like, I've done early Margit on the majority of my runs, and it's really not that bad of a fight at all once you've practiced it a bit. He goes down, and now I'm heading towards Stormvale. I do the running section now because it's somewhat scary without Gambit. I got it really. I got some really consistent lines, and I don't think I should really get hit here. But it's it's always something that if you don't have Gambit for this section, you want to do it early, I guess. On this first ballista section, I used to strafe the first 3 shots, but now I used to strafe them. I used to have different methods. One was to go like over here and then strafe back or whatever. But I found that this made the following part, the next 3 shots when you get closer to the wall over here, kind of inconsistent, and the shots would sometimes catch me. So I switched to just rolling the shots, which really isn't it's just a very consistent rhythm, and then I get through this section by just jumping over the shots. And I haven't really been hit to this section since then. When you're running past this way, like I'm going this way because I want to get the grace for Godrick's Great Rune for later, of course. Here I want to get to the right wall quickly, because the ballista can shoot at you, but when you are like close to the wall, it'll always miss you. Yeah. Here I could rest at the grace, but then I would get Malenia dialogue, which, I don't want now, so I just don't. The enemies should reset here. And I go towards the second ballista section. This is easier, I would say, because you just do one jump. But this is kind of you wanna do this jump, and I like to like jump slightly to the right here, but I used to jump further to the right. But that's not good, because then the guy on top can throw a firebomb at you later. Somehow, like, you avoid that when you jump further straight, so that's actually better. But yeah, and then these guys are pretty dangerous. This guy approaching me and me having to roll his attack is actually like good, because I've had it before where he just backs off and then I run past these 3 guys at the same time, which means I'm just like more likely to get frame trapped when they attack me at the same time, right? Which is what you want to avoid that here. That's like the way to get hit on this section. But yeah, I run to the past the right side so that only that one guy can get me, ideally. It's always a little scary to do this, but it should be, it shouldn't be too bad. Now I go and get the cracked pot as well and head to the grace, the grace before Godrick. This is of course I didn't start with the cracked pots because I wanted to afford the broadsword in the beginning, which means I will have less cracked pots than I could have. But it's fine, because I really only need 5 for Godskin Duo. So it's okay, but you could definitely you could do Margit differently or something, and then start with the crackpots and have more of those if you really wanted to. But yeah, here for speed, sorry Rani, but I'm the one talking now. Sorry. We do a bit of normal setup first. Because unfortunately, even Regionlocked kind of needs to do that for this run. We do want to get a couple of things here. And yeah, there's not really anything going on here. It's just kind of the normal progression towards the east eastern Liurnia side. But it's definitely I could have done Godrick immediately as well, but I'll have to get these things anyways, and doing Godrick with a bit more damage is kind of nice, because he's got some scary things in phase 1, or in phase 2 rather. But I mean, yeah, I could have done that. But I need to do the setup anyway, so why not? Here on this Golden Vow Knight, he didn't buff here, which I thought he always does, but maybe I like aggroed him too early or something. But yeah, it's fine because the broadsword is like really good here. Yeah, we get the Golden Vow Ash of War, which is the only buff the only like non-consumable buff, besides I guess the physic that we have for a while. But it's gonna be enough. We go for the Jar Shard. This is the mosquito dodges by doing absolutely nothing. It's just very skilled gaming there. Yeah. And I will say, like, what a lot of people do on Regionlocked, or not on Regionlocked, on R1+0 is go for the Uchi early on, and then of course go for the Starfist later. Of course I will also use the Starfist later, but I actually don't even use the Uchi at all here. I can't use it before Godrick because I can't buff my dex. And well, I can't wield it. And afterwards I have some other weapons that I just consider better for every boss that I'm doing there. Although you could just also get the Uchi on this route for sure. But I feel like it's kind of cool to have some different strats going on. I also buy the two of the turtlenecks here, which aren't really necessary for the splits where I use it, but where I use them. But they're just kind of nice to have. And we don't exactly have like a lot to do with our runes, anyways, because we're not leveling and not upgrading anything, just buying some stuff. Yeah. I would say this beginning of the run, especially also Red Wolf coming up after this split, is pretty hard, comparable to what comes after this for a while. Well, I don't think Margit and Godrick are that difficult, but I feel like it kind of gets easier after Red Wolf for a while, until we get to like the late game. So it's definitely potential to get hit here, but it's like early on in the run, right? Doing Red Wolf early is something you would probably want to do anyways if you did R1+0, because that boss is really scary. We will get to that when we're approaching that, but yeah, I just have to do Margit and Godrick before that to leave Limgrave, but that's fine. I like not having to go past Stormvale, because that's just a long running section with nothing happening. Like I did that for my for my first any percent, I did early Margit and Godrick as well, just because it feels nicer to like reset to get to do bosses after resetting pretty early. So yeah, that's why I like Regionlocked a lot. I did like 2 Regionlocked runs before. Yeah, here I get the Green Turtle Talisman, which is another talisman which is a talisman that's not exactly mandatory for anything, but it's kind of nice to have before I get better talis and um, for a couple of niche applications as well. I could have gotten the Blue Dancer Charm instead, but I did lose a couple too many runs to YOLOing early, to YOLOing that the Highroad Cave early. So I'd rather do that with Beast Torch and Gambit later. Yeah. Also, that would like make it longer before I could would make it take longer until I get to Red Wolf. So not really what I want to do. Yeah, basically the funny thing is like getting to Red Wolf early didn't even matter because I never did resets on this run. So I could have just done like maximized my damage before that, but you obviously you don't know that when you're routing and when you're going for runs. Obviously I thought I was gonna grind this run out for super long time. Yeah, here I'm just like buying the entire stock of weapons because we actually need like, well, some of them are just for like Ash of Wars, of course, but we actually need like a lot of these weapons for damaging purposes, which is kind of cool because these weapons are actually like really useful here, as you will see. Right, now we're going for Godrick. I do use dual straight swords here instead of just the broadsword because L1s and jump L1s do more damage than R1s. And the moveset is also kind of nice. But I mean, most of the damage comes from square off still, which is very good here. And like, you don't lose any square off damage if you're not two-handing because the weapon art kind of calculates it as if you were two-handing. Yeah, so I can just afford to do that. It's a pretty typical fight here. I try to not over punish, to not get caught by the wind attack. Also here I try to like circle around him, so that I try to go like towards this side so that I have more space behind me, so I almost get stuck there. But basically I wanna not get well, now I'm behind him again, so whatever, but I wanna have space behind me if he does this combo here. It's just like an annoying attack, but yeah, and in phase 2 it's kind of the same thing for like his fire breath, that god awful attack that bounces all over the place. Yeah, we get a stun here. I get a stun here, and I notice that his health is low enough that I can just transition him with a square of R2. And now I rebuff with Golden Vow, and I purposefully like don't hit him because I want his poise to reset. Right? Because now I get 3 square of R2s off here before I get another stun. Just a nice amount of damage. Yeah, add another L1, and now I'm just like trying to go for another stagger with square offs, because then he's gonna be dead. But also, like, again, just doing some additional chip damage with the L1s. Yeah, he's gonna stagger here soon, so that's why I do this. Wouldn't normally be safe to do this square of R1, but he stuns. He stuns there, and yeah, there's that. He didn't give me anything. He didn't give me the fire breath, which that can get really scary. Like the fire breath on the ground, that can get really scary. That's where you can kind of lose runs too, I guess. But other than that, it's a pretty basic fight, I'd say. Just trying to just not to be too close. It's important to not get caught by like the wind AoE, because that comes out quite fast and it has quite a bit of range. Yeah. For this section towards the Great Rune, I like to stay on the left side here. I know like a lot of people go through the right, and it's technically better because you don't have to roll anything. But for me, that feels like a tighter line. And here on the left, I can just like on this golem right there, like I just you can just run past him when he does that attack, where he slams down the halberd. But if he does you have to roll the sweep if he does that. But that's like really easy to do because it's very telegraphed, and that's the only two attacks that he can do. So you can always just get past him really easily, and then you just hide behind this pillar, wait for him to shoot, and then you just have to stay far enough to the left side when you do this path, because otherwise that other golem that wakes up to the other side could like get you. But if you just stay far enough to the left, then he can't. Yeah. But if you're comfortable going along the right side, you probably shouldn't change that or anything. It's just I just find it a bit more comfortable because it's just for me just a bit more comfortable. And now we do the super fun long elevator ride up to the Great Runes. I don't know why they made this take so long. Like, well, I mean, I guess it's kind of an important moment, but like if you play it for the first time, but I don't know. It's a good time to like relax for a bit though, I guess. Yeah, and I'm already getting ready for the next section in my head. I know there's another hard boss waiting for me. And we're basically gonna just like head there as soon as we can. Here I do make a stop to buy the bandit set. It's light and offers pretty good resistances to all the status effects that are relevant to this run. And I'm actually going to use this quite a few times. Well, it doesn't really matter what armor you get here, but like this one is okay. It does the job. Now I guess I forgot to equip the Great Rune here, but I'll do it in a second. I do use stat boosting, and I wanna talk about this maybe a little bit because I know that there are some people who say that like Elden Ring allows like that it's better to go without stat boosting because you reach these you can reach these insane levels and stuff. But like I've seen like the whole thing with like I've heard of like level 160 and stuff, but like if you do like I guess especially low damage like any percent or Great Runes runs or something like that, you're never gonna actually get these levels. Like of course you wouldn't like use the grafted blade grades, or like I'm not using that on this run, and that means I'm already 40 levels shorter, right? And that just goes on, like you're not using all the stat boosting talismans at the same time, right? Like I don't think you actually ever reach these levels, and even if you would, like they're not like optimized. Well, that said, I do go for damage or for stat boosting talisman right here, but you don't really like you don't need like the health that Radahn Sorcery gives you, for example, right? Or like that Godrick's Great Rune gives you. So it's like there's also wasted stats in there. If you just break it down to the stats that you're actually using, it's not that much. Like it's still much less than you would get on a leveled run, and it just makes the run more interesting because you can actually use stuff, in my opinion. Right? Like I personally like routing, and I like being creative with using different setups and like like getting different weapons and stuff. Which if I was using, or if I wasn't using stat boosting, then I would be limited to what, like the balls and the axe or whatever. Like, I mean that's not very fun for me personally. So I will always be in favor of stat boosting. I think that's well, I don't know. I can understand why you wouldn't do it so, but though, but like I've also considered doing a run without stat boosting at some point, but I personally think it's a really interesting part of the game, and I think maybe it goes a little crazy at times, but I don't think it's like not a big problem, I think. Yeah, I'm just going towards the academy key here. This is which is the last thing we need before we can go in there and go after the big doggo. Yeah, academy is also a pretty scary running section though, the first part of it, because, well, yeah, that dog section with the elevator. But I have a strat that I'm gonna show you that works really nicely for me. I think it's a really good one. But yeah. It's a bit of loading screens here. Loading screen simulator. Then we get another grace. And get to the elevator simulator. And then like for this first part here in front of the doors, I got this strat from Azaz. The really nice cookery throws spot to make the wizards go like right in front of the door for whatever reason. I don't really know why they do it, but well, I mean, I'll take it. Yeah, see how they just go in front of the stairs. I can just like stun both of them at the same time, then kill them with a tap or two. And then yeah, then here I run through this room and outside, and then yeah, because I don't have Beast Torch, I had to come up with something here. I actually found a skip that you can do. I don't remember where exactly that was, but I think it was like dropping from here and then going down to the section and then going like around, but it was like very inconsistent and I wasn't a big fan of it. So and also like I used to just kill the dogs, but you can't kill one of them, and that one is a problem. So what I do now is I go to this spot here on this rock is where I run, and then I watch the platforms. And once the platforms, like you can't see it here optimally, I guess, you see it in a second. Once the platform kind of crosses this, like the bottom part of the platform goes over this rock, that's when I start running. And then I just run through the section and go towards the elevator, and then it should line up. So like here, like I look at this, and here it happens like almost immediately. This is like almost over the rock already, and so yeah, I run. And there's two different RNGs here. First of all, yeah, I also equip the bow, and then here I throw a kukri at this wall. Like normally I would throw it at the wall more to the left of that, I guess, but I throw a kukri there, which distracts the archers so that they can't shoot me, which is really nice. I don't know why not more people do this who do this section without Gambit. That's a really nice one. And you're always like in time to start running here before the zombies wake up. And there's 2 different RNGs because this time, I guess I'm a little bit past the point now, but on the bridge, you can, basically for the first part, you can have a zombie aggroed or you cannot have a zombie aggroed. If you have a zombie aggroed, then the guy, basically, like, they stay aggroed forever, and he drains your stamina the entire time. And that means you just have less to, like, work with. It still works. Basically, the way it works is it's kind of optimized for that scenario, and now I don't have the, now it didn't drain the stamina, so I'm just gonna stall a little bit more and go a little bit slower through, like, some of these sections, and then it's still gonna work. So I recover stamina here, or here, I guess. And then this jump over the dog is a little tighter than it looks, because the hitbox is a little weird, but yeah. And then this elevator just passed, and then here I'm approaching, and then I'm jumping up right as it passes the stairs, or the path here. And this way I have the best chance of, like, no dog following me up on this elevator, which is how you would lose runs here. So this works out really nicely. I do have the green turtle talisman equipped, so if you would do this without it, that might require a little bit of a different setup, but at least with green turtle this works really nicely. And then here I mess up. I don't duck for whatever reason when going in here, and so I aggro this guy, and well, he aggroes, right? And I just, like, panic and do a Surfer 2. I don't know his moveset, because I'm a no-hit runner. I don't know I don't know enemy movesets. I don't know if he could have parried me or something, but it looked really scary. I should have probably just backed off immediately. That was kind of stupid. But yeah. After this I do it correctly. And now I'm on my way to Red Wolf. The rest of this I can just run through. Yeah, not ideal there, for sure. It shouldn't really happen. Yeah, this is one of the scariest bosses in the run because of the infamous Glintblade plus, like, long jump attack frame trap that, to my knowledge, you cannot consistently avoid. But yeah. This opener right here, I got from Azaz as well. Basically, as soon as he turns around, I throw a dagger, which should bait an input read, which most of the time is the high jump attack, which also happens here. That's really nice. Just get off a big hit on that, and get off a couple more hits, and then he does the single Glintblade attack. On this one we can just, like, run away from a little bit so that you don't get any, like, melee or, like, super melee attacks from this guy, like the bite essentially. And then you can just, like, strafe it to the side. Like, you don't need to roll this. You can get the bite, but you'll outspace it. Yeah. Oh, what's happening right now? Whoops. I'm gonna have to go back. Yeah, I also almost got stuck on the thing there. This is what can happen in the arena as well. Like, you can get stuck on stuff and that can get you killed. Like, that has happened to me before. Yeah, here he does the triple Glintblades, and now, like, I'm getting lucky here he doesn't do the frame trap, but basically what I do is I immediately run away from it, which makes dealing with the attack a little bit easier. It's also, like, you can actually outspace the jump attack. In that case, you, like, don't have to deal with it, and then you don't get hit to it, I guess. But yeah, I jumped this to the side as well, which is also what I would do on the frame trap. By the way, it's not, like, it's the best thing I found, because if you roll it, then, like, you can get hit to the the glint blades can just roll catch you. I guess it's just whatever you do, like nothing is actually like really consistent. And I get a stun here, and this is like, it's kind of tricky to riposte him. But the solution for me is to like, just don't be too close. Just like as you saw there, I got kind of teleported in. I went for the riposte kind of a little bit further away. Cause yeah, it's kind of nice. And then yeah, and then here I kill him. Basically, also the reason why I'm not doing dual straight swords here is so that I can jump on the triple glint blades, because it's like you can block and then jump, right? And then you get a running jump. It's just better for this. And in general, you can go for slightly bigger punishes on the wolf if you go like behind him and he can't do the fast bite combo. Then you have like a little bit more room to punish him if you like roll behind him on attacks. And yeah, also do that fight. I really recommend that fight without lock on. In general, I use more lock on than like other good players, I guess. But I'd highly recommend unlocking the camera for Red Wolf for sure, because then you have more control over your movement. Like, that's really what you want to do, I think. Yeah, now I have to continue my setup, which is kind of split across multiple splits here, which is better than doing it in the entire, or than doing the entire thing in the beginning. By the way, here on this cookbook, you can just go up to it and grab it, and he's not going to aggro, but you don't want to go too far. Like, this is, if you go like a little bit further than I do here, he will aggro, and then you have a problem. Like, it's bad news bears, I guess. And you, yeah, but it's like not a big problem. I just get off. You can also do it on torrent, I think, but I like to get off torrent there just to have like a bit more control over the movement, I guess, because then I don't risk, like, you know, going too far accidentally as easily. Get a couple of get a bunch of a bit of stuff here. And on this merchant right here, I buy, the reason I buy the hand axe, and the reason is only, and really only, that it has quick step, which is nice. I use that in a couple of sections. I could use something else there, but why wouldn't I just, you know, go with the hand axe there if it's already just in stock? And the sleep arrows there I also get, and those are just for safety later, as you well, they're just for safety for Godskin Duo. Here I only grab these two Trina's lilies because I'm scared of grabbing the others, because I've awoken the bear before. I know you can get the like the others as well, but the guy is kind of scary. I don't know, I just like avoid him, and I get more lilies in other places, so it's not that big of a deal. Now I go get the flail, and there is this patrolling guy, and like in front of the carriage, and he actually has like very good ears. I don't know why, but like he hears some stuff, and that's why I kind of make sure that I let him pass far enough here. Yeah, I wait a little bit, and only then do I backstab this guy and get the flail. After this, I do like this. I go straight to this like wall over here and dismount here to go for the wet blade. That looks really scary, but I haven't been hit doing that, and I don't think it's actually gonna get me hit, so I think it's actually safe. Yeah, it's just like quite fast, a nice way to do it, I think. Here I took a little break, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I took a bathroom break. I'll just speed up through this. Afterwards, I do a quick detour to get the Faith tier. There also nothing really interesting happens on that path, I guess. Go a bit faster. It's important to also take breaks on these runs, I guess. Just better for your health in general. I don't know how long I was gone here. Yeah, my character just vibing, and there we go. I'm gonna keep this sped up a little bit because again, this is just like a straight run to Weeping Peninsula. Yeah, we also don't. Or I also don't really need the Faith tier, I guess, for anything. Like I could do the run without it, but it's nice to have in some sections, and it's just kind of a little bit more damage and stuff, and and a little bit more convenience as well on a boss. But yeah, it's not really anything that I would like need. You could cut it out if you wanted to. What am I doing here now? Yeah, now I'm going, I should be going, yeah, I'm going to South Rykard again, and we're going towards Bogart's shack now. I do collect the shield for the run, right there as well. It's right around this corner. Just like it's just like right on the way. Like, why would I not? I only need it for Vow of the Indomitable, as you might be able to guess. Yeah, just if you're fast enough, you're not getting slashed by that guy on the way as well. Looks kind of scary, but in my experience, it should be safe. Yeah, just a little bit of parkouring. Luckily, Torrent has mastered the art of the double jump. And just a straight run through the water here. Yeah, we get holy pots ready for the next boss, which is of course going to be the Deathbirb. But before that, we do have to do another detour. This is kind of a long part of setup here, which, I mean, yeah, a little unfortunate, but it's what it is. Like, this is Elden Ring, right? With all its benefits and also all its, like, hardships, I guess. Yeah, so, I want to kill Morgott, but to do that, I need to get the Dex tier. And now that I'm already on my way, I might as well also already head to the village, to the Elbenoric village. Like, I have to do that running section anyways, so I might as well do it now. And of course, this is the scarab for Vow of the Indomitable, so we're gonna grab that as well. Kind of unfortunate that we have to get that just for one boss, but maybe there's like tech with it on other bosses that I don't know of or something, but like I only use it on one boss, and that is a little annoying, but I mean, it is what it is. Yeah, also, in case you don't know, this is the place to go if you need like Trina's Lilies. There's a gazillion of them here, just like chilling there. We just take them all. Yeah, and then we go up here. There's also a bunch of mushrooms on the way here. Like, this is really nice if you need more sleep pods at any point as well. Which of course we're going to use a couple of those on this run. Just doing a bit of menuing, turning nighttime, turning the time to nighttime. It's a really annoying thing to forget if you go for the Deathbirb, not switching the time. But luckily I remember. I save us from having to watch through that. Surely I won't forget other things later in the run. Surely. Well, yeah, finally we can annihilate Mohgott. Slightly funny footnote, I guess. I've never killed this guy on a hitless run before. I think. So for most, so most other runners are probably more knowledgeable about this than I am. But I mean, this is kind of as trivial as it gets for a script, so whatever, I guess. Yeah, I've never used the iron balls before on a hitless run. It's kind of nice because like the fist weapons are so strong, but on this run they're like kind of as balanced as they should almost be, like, in general. That's kind of funny, yeah. Like, oh, by the way, here on Deathbirb, I like to get up on this and then drink the physic immediately, and then I wait, and I wait a bit because I want to see what it does. And once I see that it's just like walking around and not jumping up to hit me, I use Golden Vow. Could have waited longer even, but I didn't. And now I forgot to equip the 2 fingers heirloom, which is why this is going to take 4 pots instead of 3. With headshots, of course. It's kind of nicer if you do 3, because it just like the guy can sometimes like wake up relatively quickly, especially if you drop down there like I do. Take a little bit of time to aim, and you like if it wakes up, like it can just like immediately attack you. So it's better to do it in 3 if you can, which I would have been able to, but obviously it doesn't really matter here. Also, I get rid of the remaining pots there because I don't need them for the rest of the run. And yeah, because I already killed Mohgott, I can just get the Volcano Manor Warp invitation here immediately, and I don't have to wait. And now I make another detour to get the one thing that basically allows me to have a reasonable and safe Rennala fight at this point of the run. I guess there might be other ways to do it in a similar way. Well, in fact I know there are, but well I don't really know there are in Regionlocked, but it's, yeah, as you'll see, like it's a way that requires a specific setup, kind of. Yeah, because Rennala phase 2, of course, is also like really scary, right? With the fast summon and in general having to like get out and then going back in. The Starlight Shard is just as a backup, though. By the way, I don't really use that. Going in and like going back, or going out and then going back in on Rennala is like can be kind of dangerous, I feel like, and so it might just be skill issue. It probably is just skill issue, straight up. But yeah, we need to kill this knight right here. Luckily on NG there's just simply a way to loop him with square off, which is stupid, but like this Ash of War is just ridiculously good. Yeah, you backstab him, then you square off R2, and then you square off R1, and then you backstab him, and you square off R2, and you square off R1, and it just loops him. Like, he can't react fast enough. He can if you riposte instead of backstabbing, which is why I do the backstab, which does a little bit less damage, but, you know, obviously how much damage we do doesn't matter here. He just dies. Like, square off is just broken. It's actually kind of ridiculous. I mean, I've done a full hitless run basically with it, and like it's, well, everyone knows that, I guess, at this point, but it's just so stupidly good. Anyways, I get my reward, which is of course Lightning Spear, and I'll be using that in a couple of sections, but the main application is definitely Rennala Phase 2, where it's pretty nice, as you'll see. I'll also get one more thing here that will also help me in that phase, which is what we're gonna do right after a bit of menuing here. Yeah, we're just going. This is also this is the good thing about this is that we would need to do this running section anyways, of course, right? Gotta get towards the precipice, and just right on the way we get one more thing, basically. Yeah, and of course we got the Fetty Pot recipe earlier, and that is going to help us setting up RTSR. That's what we're going to use for these early sections. I have a couple ways of setting up RTSR in this run, actually. Like, it's kind of nice. I could have just gotten Bloody Slash as well, but it would have been a bit of a detour. And I honestly just simply don't need it. And it's like, I like having variety in strats, and that's definitely the case on this run. Get rid of Godrick's Great One because nobody wants that. And we get, or Remembrance, I guess, and we get Bewitching Branches. Some people are probably already, well, definitely already knowing what I'm going to do with those here, but it's really nice. Yeah, the thing about Rennala is that I changed my my setup for her phase 1 quite a bit. Originally, in my first routing, I used the Stormhawk Axe there, but that Ash of War got nerfed since then, so it doesn't really do enough damage to one cycle anymore. And on my rerouting, I tried Azaz's strat with Bloodflame Blade, Wild Strikes, Battle Axe. And he also used the Wraith Calling Bell on the last kit to buy himself more time, which that's a really cool setup, but for me, I'm slightly lacking a bit of damage because of basically I have fewer talisman slots, and it would technically also work for me, but it's like it's pretty tight, and it's a little unpleasant to like try to get that to work, and that's why I basically switched to just doing multiple cycles instead, which is, in my opinion, it's like reasonably safe if you do it correctly, which I don't do here, but anyways, so yeah, it works either way, I guess, but doing it in multiple cycles is also nice to learn because it allows for like even lower damage runs, I guess, or for like, yeah, more stuff. Here, I immediately run backwards, of course, to get out of range of the projectiles. But on the way, I want to shoot a couple of shots. But then here, on this one, I missed the second kit here somehow, because I guess like I turned around too early or whatever. And then it gets kind of scary because now I have some Chandeliers and some books flying at me, and I do some roll strats. Some would call it hop strats, I guess. But yeah, but I make it out, and I get my revenge. And now there are a couple of things to look out for, so you don't experience one of the countless memes in this fight. The biggest one is, of course, to watch out for the kids' books. I mean, throwing them is not exactly what I do, but it's a pretty reasonable reaction to literature, I guess. Yeah, the second thing is you don't want to run through the middle section if you can avoid it. Here, yeah, I get a couple of hits in with Wild Strikes, and then I just get back out. You don't want to run through this middle section right here, because it's not uncommon for the Chandelures, after they've fallen down, to just leave a lingering hitbox on the ground, which can just hit you. Just really, really, really fun. Yeah, now I get back out, and I don't greet too many hits on Rennala here, because as you see, like, the next kid already has the bubble on her, and, like, this means she's gonna, like, start throwing books soon. And you also, if you go late, like, you run past them, and they can do melee stuff. Like, they can use their fire breath, they can, like, punch you or whatever. So, like, getting out early is definitely recommended here. Yeah, and from now on, Rennala also has that new attack where she pulls up these clones, and then she throws these white, whatever they are, those things at you, and you want to make sure to be behind cover from that. And yeah, I get 2 more kids, and then here I wait for this, and then I buff. Because I want to get Rennala on the next cycle. This was definitely a little impatient from me. Like, I probably should have done an extra cycle here, or I should have at least waited for her. Like, she's cycling, right? She moves from, like, she moves around the arena, basically. I should have waited for her to be closer to, like, the front part, because see, like, this kid already gets the next bubble. But one thing that's definitely wise to do is to turn the camera while you're hitting Rennala to, like, see which kid gets the bubble while you're attacking, basically. So that you can just strafe the books afterwards, because then you don't have to, like, because otherwise, like, you might run into them, or you might get hit to them from, like, the back or whatever. But because I noticed what kid has them, I can just strafe them here, and I don't have to waste stamina or whatever as well. Oh yeah, and by the way, another meme is that the spawning kids can land on your head when you, or can land on you when they fall down. I honestly don't know that much about this, but you can kind of avoid this by positioning yourself correctly, and, like, by not being below them when they crawl down from, like, some, I don't know what they are, like, their cages or whatever. And also, you can avoid killing the kids if you can, like you don't have to, if you just shoot them with the bow and they won't die. I think there'll be less of them respawning. I don't actually know how the spawning works exactly, but I would imagine that they respawn after, like, being killed. But sometimes they drop down even without that, I think. I'm not sure. Yeah, here at the start, I get a stun with 2 broadsword R2s, or square of R2s. And then a big axe riposte, and this is gonna bring her to phase 2, or, like, phase 2.5, I guess, already. So that's why I run away, and I switch to the seal for lightning spear setup. Then the first summon I get, yeah, and I stay out of range. By the way, even, like, I run away because I wanna not bait her staff attacks and stuff like that, I guess. Yeah, the first summons are wolves, and from those I just run away, and I bait jump attacks to make them despawn a little bit, and it also, like, at least it allows me time to switch my talismans, because my faith tier will run out here, and this way I can still cast lightning spear because I have the 2 fingers heirloom. That's what I meant. Like, I don't need the faith tier, but it's nice to have, I guess. She does moon. This is a cool opening for me, because I can hit her as she's getting out of the moon. Basically, I can just hit her with a lightning spear there. Now she does Bloodhound Knight, and on the Bloodhound Knight he always does this, like, opening slam, and you can and then he if you're, like, a little bit further away, he'll do this attack, and if you roll through, you can just, he's gonna disappear after this. You can just shoot her as well with an uncharged lightning spear there. That is safe. Just another nice opening to have. Now she summons again, and it's the dragon, which I also run away from. You can technically go in and attack Rennala during this, but then like the dragon doesn't like despawn and she also attacks back, and then you have to deal with like both of them at the same time, which I don't want to do. But it's kind of safer to just get out. Comet Azure is another opening for a lightning spear. You also saw me like double roll there because she did like the projectiles into Comet Azure. These projectiles have very nasty tracking. I'll if I remember, I'll talk about them when they come up again. But yeah, basically make sure to like strafe them correctly or like double roll here, and then I throw a lightning spear. And then here in the moon, basically how I time the lightning, the lightning spear is I look at the lock on symbol because it like moves down, and like I cast like once it's like further down basically, right? It's a timing you can pretty easily get. And then once she gets out of the moon, she just gets hit. And yeah, she shoots a comet into her own moon here. I guess int builds SMH or something like that. Yeah. Another round for wolves. I just run away from them. This is kind of a time waster. This is what makes this fight so long. And more boring than it needs to be. Here the projectiles, I go to the left and then I go back around to the right to strafe them. Another Bloodhound Knight. I'm not... you might... Like, basically, I want to use Bewitching Branches on... Or one Bewitching Branch on a Bloodhound Knight, but I'm not doing it here because... well, I'll explain why later, but I don't want to do it yet. She does the giant here, and on giant, the giant always obviously opens with the slam attack, and after this he'll run at you. And Rennala always kind of backs away from him. Here she's in a little bit of a weird position, I guess, but what I do is I kind of run through. He will always attack in a way that he misses you. He'll sweep like here, and then he'll slam afterwards. And I run through his legs, and then I run through like the side to let him miss. This is like, and then that way you can also like, if you're far enough away, you can dodge like outspace these like projectiles at the same time. I don't really do it well here, I guess, because the projectiles are well, they get kind of close, yeah, but I think I'll do it better later. Again, here I go to the left a little bit, and then I go to the right, and then I roll to the side, and then I roll like forward a little bit, like forward and to the side, and then I cast a charged lightning spear at her. And I get another dragon. She's gonna stall for a bit here. But, I mean, this fight, the way I do it, it's all about patience. But it's not really that bad. Like, it's slow. But it's honestly, I don't even think it's not that boring because you do have to, like, pay a lot of attention. Yeah, we get another couple of casts in here. You can like double hit her even if you can single roll the Comet Azure, you can double hit her with a charged into an uncharged. Now she does the Bloodhound Knight again, she summons him again, and this time I could bewitch him, but she did the moon before and I didn't want to go in on this. I want to get him on the opening attack basically. So I don't do it here. Oh, sorry for the Discord message here. I guess I had forgotten to turn that off for the recording. Yeah, here you see how I baited him forward a little bit, and then I run through, and then I can just strafe these very easily. It's really not that bad once you've practiced it a bit. And this is like basically all she does. Like it's not that complex if you like if you stay at a middle distance like this, her moveset gets limited quite a bit. And I'm basically just waiting for a good Bloodhound Knight summon here because that would well, basically it gives me some time to explain. The reason why I'm waiting is that when I bewitch him, the Bloodhound Knight, he and he doesn't kill her, and he like despawns. Like on NG, like he doesn't have enough damage to like outright kill her. Also the dragon stalls here, he really like drags on the fight. Yeah, like the Bloodhound Knight will not kill Rennala, and then basically he's gonna despawn at some point, and when she resummons him, you can't bewitch him. He's gonna have the visual effect still on him, but he isn't gonna be bewitched, and you can't bewitch him. There we go, by the way. You can't bewitch him again because he's immune, and then he's gonna behave really weirdly. And I've had times where he just wouldn't despawn after that, and she would summon other summons, and you would still have the Bloodhound Knight in there because he just wouldn't despawn anymore, because he just behaves differently somehow. And that's why I just wait until I'm like sure that that the Bloodhound Knight will kill her, and that's what happens here. I get the bewitching off here. I don't need to hit the guy directly with it necessarily, and yeah, he does a combo and he just kills Rennala there. Like I guess the Bloodhound Knight can kill Rennala outright if he gets a stun, but that's not like that likely. I could probably do this fight melee, which would be a lot faster, but that doesn't feel very safe to me. Again, it's probably a skill issue, but yeah, fighting her this way is a lot slower, but it's surprisingly consistent. And yeah, it just has to be practiced quite a bit, because you want to be able to like, you want to know all of her different kind of RNGs, or like her different moves that she does, which like she doesn't have that many, like I said, but yeah. And well, I mean, you need to practice her though, because there's also probably a couple more memes, especially in phase 1, that I didn't get to mention yet. Honestly, phase 1 is like way more dangerous than phase 2. But yeah, it's kind of a scary fight, but if you do it patiently, like it's very, very, very doable. Yeah, after this long fight, I have to take another quick detour to get Bloodflame Blade, which will be used on a couple of bosses. And by the way, on the path here, make sure you don't aggro these magic flowers over there. They have quite a big aggro range, and they can shoot projectiles. And yeah, we just kill the scarab, and now we get our third talisman pouch. No, wait. Yeah, we do. And then we're basically heading straight to Precipice. I must say I do quite like the Precipice. I think it's really cool that you can get to Altus without the medallions, and there are definitely a couple of tricky sections on that way, but it's kind of cool that you can do it, and it's kind of a cool climb up, I guess, even though it takes longer than it maybe needs to take. Also, as I'm setting up my red feather with 50 pots again, you see how I got exactly 2 neutralizing bonuses that I could afford from the merchant in the beginning? That is exactly how many I need for the run. That's one of the many cool things that just like kind of line up in this route. You'll see more examples of that later, more important examples. 。 it's yeah, that's one of the things I really like about this, is how everything kind of falls together really nicely. And as you get up these first two sets of letters, uh, there is a guy up here that you wanna remember. Surely nobody would ever forget that he is there and get hit to him while running into him. Uh, well, yeah, I did lose a run like that once. That wasn't fun. But yeah, the next parts are pretty easy. There's nothing special going on. Just a lot of ladders and lifts. I'm not actually sure if this guy, like, I've never been hit to him and I've never seen anyone get hit to him. The guy that I just ran past. But he has always kinda scared me a little bit. I don't know if he could hit you. I don't think he can, but always kind of scared when just running past him, must say. Yeah, and other than that, there's not a lot going on. It's wasting a little bit of time here. Also make sure to pay attention to duck before going up here. Guess that guy would aggro otherwise. I have made that mistake before. Haven't lost runs to it, but I want to make sure, I guess. Couple more letters, and then we reach the the section with a million bats and the one opera singer right there. But I want to give a huge shout out to Fedri for this section. This is I got this strat from him, and I was originally killing all the like single bats with lightning spear, but you can just like sit here, hit the wall, he'll walk over, you hit the wall on this side, or like the pillar I guess, and then he'll crawl over there, and then you just like you just pull him away and you just sneak past. Bit sad to like interrupt his concert, but I guess there's no one listening anyways. As you go past this, you want to make sure that you don't like still aggro him. That's why I stay ducked, because if you aggro him, all of the other bats that I now ignored are gonna aggro as well, and they'll swarm you all at once, and you don't want that. Yeah, in this section I kill the two bats with lightning spear, and for this bat up here, you want to lock on before he starts doing stuff, and then I wait for him to like swing his wings twice, and then I shoot a lightning spear. That's really nicely. And yeah, it's really nice. And yeah, lock on to him before you like aggro him, because otherwise the lock on can like screw you. You get locked onto these guys or this guy, and then like it won't let you lock onto him. Otherwise you can also just kill him with a bow and like aim, free aim. Yeah, and killing this second bat with lightning spear is also nice, because this guy is gonna hear the sound and he's gonna turn around, so I can just like go past him. Like you can just run past that guy anyways, I guess, but it just feels like it's a little safer this way. And yeah, for this section, I also got the strat from Fedri. It's the same idea. We stop the concert, and by hitting this corner over here, essentially, which lets both of these wonderfully talented singers walk over there, crawl over there. They're like, huh? Who's there? But I'm already gone, I'm on the lift, and I'm going up. And I also get my setup ready now for the boss. This grace I just get for safety. Because I didn't really I didn't really think I was ready to get the run yet and stuff. I do get safety graces here. Um, but yeah, for Makar, I have a pretty nice script. I go and stand right next to like this rock right here. This is where I buff. Oh wait, I guess this is where, first of all, I aim up, and I aim my compass at like right here. This like cross of these lines, I guess. This is where I put my compass, roughly. I walk, yeah, and then I buff. Right? And then when I'm done buffing, I run forward until I reach, essentially, this is kind of covering this, but this like patch of grass, this first patch of grass right here. Once I reach it, I throw a pot, and then I go forward next to this patch of grass. And I know that he's gonna fall asleep, like right in front of me. And I can just hit him with 3 CR2s. He stuns. I recover some stamina. I also use the green turtle talisman, and wait, do I use I think I use the green turtle talisman, and I use a turtleneck here for faster stamina recovery. It's kind of nice. Then I do 2 more CR2s and a tap R2. I get the riposte. You could do 3 CR2s there, but it's not necessary here at all. I go around. I stun him with 4 more CR2s, and I do another tap R2 during that as well. And yeah, now I just kill him with 3 CR2s and a tap R2. This is really easy. It's completely free. Yeah, I do have green turtle equipped. Nice. Kind of like, it's so impressive. I do use Bloodflame Blade balls there, which is kind of just a Walmart Starfist, I guess. Yeah, it does the trick. I'm done with Liurnia now. I can leave to Altus. And this is kind of the first decision-making spot, because according to the rule set that I'm following, Altus isn't really locked by any boss. So it's my choice whether I want to go to Mount Gelmir, Volcano Manor, Leyndell, or even Caelid, since the festival is now finally activated. Out of those, Leyndell is the only one that allows progression to Mountaintops and beyond, and there's also the Starfist there, which is of course the single best weapon for this run. But I really want some stuff from the other areas first. And as the Starfist isn't really like necessary or even like relevant for these splits, I like to have a bit more variety, and because of that, I decided on doing Volcano Manor first to get, well, mostly to get Assassin's Gambit to trivialize the running sections. And also, like, I really don't need anything else to do. Like, I wouldn't, like, get anything that would help me with Volcano Manor at this point. I put on clothes and the hand axe as well with Quickstep, because I'm planning on setting up RTSR in the lava here, which is a really fast way to do it, I guess. It's yeah, I like to do that in general, but now, especially since it's region locked and I don't have any faster way of doing it, like, kind of nice to do it. And the clothes kind of allow me to, like, do it without having to drink a physic at a flask at any point, and so it's just like a little bit safer. I also take damage like just more slowly, or like in lesser, in smaller chunks. I jump against this wall here because I wanna like turn around the snake. I don't think that actually works. But yeah, the snake is kind of one of the things that's kind of scary, and that's what it would be nicer to have the beast torch for. Because even if I've never been hit by it, I've heard that people have been hit by the snake. But I mean, I guess I just run past it and hope here. Um, it shouldn't be too bad, I guess. And after that, I follow the normal path, and I'm gonna go for that jump to that stone sword key down here, which it's kind of a somewhat of a tricky jump. I don't really need to get this one if I miss the jump or anything, but I let it. And yeah, here we just quick step over, and I wait in the lava here to tick it for RTSR, and then I just quick step out of it. Now, don't touch the lava on this jump, I guess. That would be really bad. But yeah, that's like that shouldn't happen. And now I make my way towards Noble. And as you might have noticed, I didn't go get the Uchi, which is what basically everyone else uses here. And the reason is that I actually don't need the Uchi anywhere else, like I said earlier. And I found a setup basically inspired by my R1 AGR Regionlocked run without the +0 restriction that works with a different weapon that is acquirable much easier and does the job just as well, as you will see. Yeah, we distract this guy with the kukri. He's a serious guy, but yeah. I run in here, and here I use these sheets of paper. Like, I don't have a perfect lineup for this sleep pod here. It's kind of, I didn't find anything that was 100% safe of him, like, not jumping out of it. But if he does that, I would just bait a fireball and just, like, sleep him on that or something. Like, it's not a big issue. But, for this, I just use these sheets of papers here, to align myself. And I also make sure that I'm looking, like, straight forward by, like, putting the compass on this, like, on the middle line of the carpet. And when I have that, I am going to look up, and I'm looking at this line right here, and that's where I want to put my compass. It's between, like, there's another line, like, behind here that's, like, kind of hard to see, and this line, and this is, like, the middle line. Yeah, now you see this line, and that's where I want to put the compass. Yeah, I might be struggling with that more than necessary here, but yeah. This is, like, the best setup that I kind of found. And yeah, what I do is I throw the sleep pot, and then when he falls asleep, then I buff. I don't need any other, like, additional damage. Yeah, and we're using the battle axe here. I'm doing a CR2. Yeah, okay. I eat meat. Then I do a CR2. I sleep him, and I roll immediately backwards because in case he could do an attack, I don't want the like AOE, the like his like black flame AOE, because then I can't attack him while he's going back to sleep. It isn't really necessary here at all, but just kind of something I can do. Then I do 9 wild strike hits into an R1, like wild strikes R1, get the riposte, immediately sleep him again, wait for his phase transition, then I do 12 wild strikes hits. Yes, I can do 12 of those before like, it's actually insane how good wild strikes is. And then I do an R2, and this hit doesn't only kill him, it also stuns, like staggers him again, and it bleeds him. So, like, I actually have quite a... Well, the R2 is kind of laggy, so I don't know if I would actually get the riposte after, but this is kind of overkill. Like, this is a really, really good way that on how you can do this boss on R1 plus 0 or even on other runs. Like, the battle axe is just, you can just buy it in Round Table Hold, and you might need Bloodflame Blade, you probably do, but like, that's all you need, right? You can probably make it work. Well, I do have, like, I guess like Warrior Jar and stuff as well. I guess you might need the flash, I'm not sure, but you don't need, like, I don't even have Blue Dancer, right? You can probably cut some stuff out if you have Blue Dancer and whatnot. So it's actually crazy how good Wild Strikes is there. Here, you did see me teleporting back to the Greys after doing the menuing. It's like, I don't know how, I never understood how the snakes in these upcoming paths actually path. But I feel like they start pathing kind of early. I don't really think that porting back does anything there, but like, does reset them properly. But I really don't know how it works. So, like, I don't know. I just started doing it because I don't understand the pathing correctly. But it works for me. Here, I'm also going to set up RTSR in the lava again, which is why I'm wearing clothes and the hand axe again. And I'm running past this guy, just like, can't hit me, can't touch me. And then I just jump into the lava, quick step over, and wait a little bit. Like, the guy follows you through the lava, but if you go like somewhat fast, he won't get you. Well, she, I don't know. Then I go up this ladder. I have the bow equipped. I know that when I get up this ladder, the snake that's pathing here, that's patrolling, is gonna be like downstairs here. And so I wait a little bit, aim at this chair, and like, now I know that it's gonna aggro, or like at the wall behind that, and then I throw the kukri, and then this distracts the guy, and I can just jump down here. I think this setup isn't perfect, but it does work. Yeah, this I do normally. I open the doors, and now this is basically what I don't understand. This pathing snake here is sometimes like in different spots for me. I don't know why. Sometimes it's much further already along, and sometimes not. I don't know when it starts pathing and what's causing that, but in the worst case, I just wait for it to like go a little further. But here, I can just throw a kukri at this pillar, and like, all the 3 snakes are gonna just go towards it. I do somehow aggro the like magic snake here. Yeah, you can hear it casting a projectile there. I don't really know why that hasn't happened to me before, but it's not really an issue here, I guess. Yeah, and we're coming up on Rykard, and the first thing I do once I enter his arena, well, obviously the first thing I do is I grab the Serpent Hunter and equip it. I also make sure I have my shield with Vow of the Indomitable equipped, very important here. And now I start to destroy some pillars and some stuff here in the arena, because this can really screw you over. And I didn't really want to take any chances. You can destroy, like, here I destroyed 2 at the same time, but just going through these, like, pillar, or these like, I don't know what they are. And yeah, basically the way I do it is I'm anticipating that I'm gonna be circling around to the right and like closer towards the wall as well during phase 1. So I'm kind of focusing on the pillars on the way there. Yeah, this fight itself isn't really that scary, but you'll see that I managed to fumble in phase 2 anyways. And yeah. I can just barely use Golden Vow. And this opener I got from Azaz. It's a running R2 into the weapon art, but I don't know if it's actually safe, because I have almost been hit. Like this, he can do the fast bite here, and I've almost been hit to it. Maybe I'm doing this incorrectly or something, but I've almost been hit to that, but not quite. So I was like, okay, maybe that's just part of the plan, and like, I just continue doing it. He does the Earthquake here, but this stuns him out. Basically every other attack just gets cancelled by the weapon art. Yeah, now I start doing shield pokes. He does the Poison Spit. This attack is really scary. You kind of have to just look at the spread and do your best to like avoid the hitbox and pray. But yeah, sometimes it goes like really far and then it's like really, really difficult to outrun. But it's easier if you're closer, which is what I also do. Like I stay closer. And here I get the stagger, and you might have noticed I have the stamina, the max stamina tier equipped. This just allows me to get a couple more hits in, because no other tier would really do anything. So it's kind of nice to just have that. Yeah, you want to be kind of close to bait the melee attacks. And also avoid getting trapped between him and the wall. You can just circle around him a little bit. It can be tricky, I guess, but yeah. For phase 2, I'm just fighting him until I start the loop, for which I need 3 of these like attacks that release skulls from the ground. He does stall a little bit here, which like I used to like go around him. And then this attack, you need to cancel this. Like, it's very important to cancel this with like the first part of the weapon art, because otherwise the skull can like just hit you. It just goes through the ground and like can come out, and like the tray just hits you, and it's really bad. And yeah, and then I wanna like do a block attack afterwards, which is safe, but I just press L2 instead of L1. Like, why? I don't know why. But he can't punish it, luckily. He does the first skull attack here. And then he does another one right after, because I'm out of range. Yeah, I don't know why I fumbled the button press there. I like go around a little bit, but I don't go far enough, which I also notice when I look over to the wall here. Like, it's pretty close. You want to look like around when you can in this fight. Like, he does the third skull attack here, and then does this. This is another one. This would be another one. And now, I notice I'm kind of pushed against the wall, so I'm going around a little bit, and now I start the loop. Which is just doing basically the weapon art over and over. Once he's out of hyper armor, I'm doing a I duck to recover stamina faster after an R1, do a crouch R1, and then I do the next weapon art hit. It's also kind of smart to not buffer the L2 after the crouch R1s, because you don't want to, if you stagger him, you don't want to do another weapon art necessarily. It's not really that important, but like just a small thing. I also constantly try to adjust my positioning as he gets closer to me, so that I don't end up getting hit by the lava, because the visual indication of the hitbox is kind of, it can be kind of unclear. And then I get the stagger, and guess what? I press L2 instead of L1 again. Gaming. But at least I noticed that I have to drink a blue flask, and I get him back into the loop. And now I'm just looking at the health bar, and like once it drops below the B, I know I can just kill him with the weapon art follow-up. Or like if I start the weapon art after it drops below B, I should say. Like here, I know I can just kill him here. I just do the follow-up, he dies. Yeah, it was a little messy, but I got it done in the end. And yeah, by the way, in case you don't know, the attacks for like the skulls, there's like 4 different attacks. There's that start hell phase. That's like you have to know them. There's like that stab, and then 3 like specific sweeps that he can do. It's not that difficult, but yeah. And also on the skull attack, yeah, you wanna like let him finish the combo, basically. If he does the some of them are like mid combo attacks, and you want to let him finish the combo before you start the loop. And on others, he basically finishes the combo with those, and then you want to start the loop immediately, basically. That's like it. I guess it's not that complicated, I guess. You don't want to be too late, because then he can stomp and you get the random fire pillars. Like, that's definitely not what you want. yeah, I can finally get Assassin's Gambit here. Um, and also the Ash of War that lets the game tell me that I have no skill. Really nice. Um, and then I go to Caelid. Because at this point Radahn seems pretty doable, and I'd like to get some stuff like Crackblade and the Beast Torch. Um, yeah, and from now on, since I have Gambit now, just the running sections are going to be a lot more trivialized. Going to be a lot easier. We're doing this jump again. But this time we don't go towards the Green Turtle Talisman, but we just go to Caelid instead. I miss the Spirit Spring because I'm really good at the game. And yeah, as we enter Caelid, I want to get the Grace here to get towards Radahn later. And then, first things first, I'm gonna go get the comically large Guts Greatsword, which will be used on Niall's summons. And luckily that's like right on the way and basically completely free to grab. I'd honestly say it's one of the great swords that in the game that really deserves this name, because it's great. It's a great sword. Um, yeah, and also, as you might notice, I've started using Gambit kind of more than it might be necessary here. Uh, and like, I'd rather be safe than sorry at this point in the run. I've completed what, 3 regions without Gambit now. Now that I have it, I might as well make use of it. Um, yeah, and as the next step, I go towards the Beast Torch, which is I always find the section with the dogs kind of scary, because ironically, obviously, you can't have the Beast Torch for them. But especially with Gambit, it's really not too bad, and I guess in general, you shouldn't really get hit here, I guess, but I think it looks scary, at least. And this is also kind of one of the things that don't line up as well, because I, in terms of like run progression, because I just go here for that one item, but unfortunately it's like that good of an item that it's just worth it wasting some time to get it. And yeah, now we do the usual traversal to Fort Faroth. Obviously, we already entered Altus. We kind of have the funny situation that we can do Fort Faroth with Gambit, which on new game runs you wouldn't like normally do. But of course, the reason why we want to still go there is Radagon's Sourceal. It's another trip that we just do for one item, I guess. But Radagon's Sourceal is like so good. It's giving us access to like other stuff to use, and yeah, it's just worth it to still go get it. And this is kind of the reason why Regionlocked isn't actually like any faster, because we still go for this. We still like go at least into the forest in like East Limgrave and stuff. So like it's not really... Regionlocked isn't really saving us that much time here. Like it's not saving time at all, I guess. Yeah, but having Gambit here is really nice, because you don't aggro the bats at all. I do still wear my armor just in case, you know, just in case I aggro them, so I don't get poison procced. Also, you want to know something funny? Like, as you can see from my hit counter, I got hit in this split in my previous run, and that hit happened here, in this fort, because I wasn't paying attention, and essentially, like, I dropped down in like this hole instead of this one, and I got swamped by all the bats down there. Like, it's so funny to like lose a run like that. It's probably it was definitely one of my more embarrassing hits to take. Like, that's it's really funny though as well. and funnily enough, like, it would have been such an incredible distance PB on that run, but yeah, I mean, what can you do, right? Oh yeah, also when you fall down in that section, like when you go there with Beast Torch, you like when you go to the correct hole, I guess, and then you have Beast Torch equipped and you go past the big rat, that rat can fall down basically into like the area where the Radahn Source Seal is, and if you drop down, you can land on it and you can aggro it that way, which is something you really want to avoid. Like, I've had that happen. Like, you can save it by like boning out potentially, but like running away from it and boning out, but that's like really something you don't want to have happen. So like, try to make sure to not like push the rat down into that hole with Beast Torch. So it's also, it would be another funny way to lose a run. Yeah, now I'm just missing jumps, and then I'm just gonna be making my way to the teleporter towards Redmane Castle. I do wanna grab, the reason why I go this way and not like from the church where Millicent is towards Radahn is that here I wanna grab FGMS as well. That is very important. It's actually like less important than on regular runs, I guess, because it runs out after 30 seconds, but it allows some scripts for sure. I guess like one script in particular. Well, maybe more. I don't know. Anyways. Yeah, I'm not doing anything special here. I just do the usual strats, especially with Gambit. This is like really easy. Here, this guy I've noticed, like when you just go up the ladder with Gambit, he'll attack at some point. Like he kind of aggroes and attacks the ladder, but he doesn't actually aggro to you. Like I don't know what he does. It's kind of weird. He always does that same attack as well. Like he can't hit you, but I don't know what he's doing. It's kind of funny. And then I also go get the Star Scourge heirloom here. I don't really need it, but I gotta wait here anyways, and I can use it on the golem for sure. Yeah, and then I go up to the teleporter. Trying to do as much of the menuing as I can on like ladders and elevators and stuff. But that's gonna slow down at some point when I want to make sure that I do things correctly. I guess I'm already at that point because I'm already like close-ish to like my distance PB, so I wanna just get a good run here, I guess. So the attempt I got before this was the 2-hit run, so I've got that's already like that was to me already really hard to like that already felt really hard to beat. I thought like yeah, I might be on this PB for a while. But I was like trying to maybe improve it. I'm kind of scared of 1-hit PBs because I've been sitting on them for a while. So here I'm supposed to get the Grace first. I just forgot because, well, because I just didn't pay attention. But yeah, I also need to go to the next item here. This is much easier to do before you have completed the festival, which is why I'm doing it now. I don't actually need this yet, but of course what I'm going for here is Flaming Strike. It's probably not too hard to guess on which boss I'm going to be using this. Yeah, it's gonna be really good there. And Lightning Spear is really nice to kill the Scarab in particular, because it doesn't make any sound when you cast it, so the bats on the side aren't actually like getting aggro to you. They just like walk to the sound where you do cast it slowly, but it's fine. And now I'm quickly going for the Glintstone Wet Blade, because I want to be able to use the Cold Infusion. And Radahn is going to be the first boss to experience that. On that note, I know that in other forms of games, people usually run no upgrades and no infusions, but I honestly think that infusions are a fun part of the Elden Ring Edge of War system, and at least there are no infusions that just remove the scaling in this game. So, like, I thought it would be more fun to, like, include them and allow them, and, like, I guess, like, Azaz and One Ring did the same, if I remember correctly, and I don't know, I just kind of like it. Yeah, now I have to do this running section. I had to do that running section again to finally get to this Grace. And we're using a very interesting setup here. As you can see here in my menuing, I'm doing some stuff first, and then I'm actually going to use or equip the Wild Strike's Ash of War here on the flail. Yes, I'm going to be using that on Radahn, and yes, that's actually really good, as you'll see. It was kind of fun to try around with Radahn, I guess, because there are like multiple things I tried, Uchi and stuff, and also like the Starfist, of course, because I could have done Leyndell first, and the Starfist might be better. Here I'm forgetting to set up RTSR Classic, but I remember and go back at least. Yeah, like the Starfist, I don't like it because of the hitboxes on this boss. It's just not really fun to use there, I think, and also like not that much better, I would say, or like not even really better at all. And this flail setup, you'll see like the kill is slightly complicated because I'm basically setting up a stagger from the start of the fight. I have to somewhat count my hits, but it's really nice. And I guess one thing is that Wild Strikes can be kind of awkward because you can't stop it after every hit, so I definitely had to get accustomed to it first. Like, you have to know, you can do like 1 hit, you can do like 3 hits, and then you can't do 2 or something like that, basically, right? Where it won't let you stop after every single hit. So you have to know how many you can like, how many you can do. Yeah, but it works. I go backwards, despawn the arrow, then I don't sprint again, because otherwise he can like load back in fast enough to actually still shoot you, so don't sprint on torrent there. I start buffing once he has shot the arrow. And he doesn't actually give me the like long crawl opening. It's that he jumps here, which would make this like the other way would be a lot easier for this. And like this I cut really close. But yeah, I get 8 White Strikes hits with a Frost and a Bleed proc before he transitions, which is really nice. Then I get 5 more hits here, and I roll the AoE, and then I just spam him until he leaves to space. Get a couple more procs, and like his health is already like really low. It's really nice. And this is not it, basically. It continues. I move to better terrain here, wait for him to come down, run backwards, then I make sure to stay in front of him so that he's gonna summon the meteors now. And I do an R1 from Torrent on him here, and then I go like behind him and do 7 Wild Strikes hits and get a Frost proc with the last one. And now I switch to the axe, and now I just need like a couple of R1s, or like, as you see here, 1 CR2 to stun him. And now he's just gonna die from Wild Strikes hits. And that's it. It's like really cool. Like it's and obviously the battle axe does pure physical damage here, which is why I'm using that, because the flail like doesn't do as much raw damage because it's cold infused, but the battle axe does like good physical damage, and it gets boosted by the frost proc there, which is like, that's really cool. And unfortunately, like he doesn't stun. Like I could technically get the kill more scripted if he would stun after summoning the meteors, but he doesn't really do that. He kind of he has hyper armor there, I guess, for whatever reason, and then he like doesn't get stunned. But I found this is like the best way to kill him, and it's kind of cool with a weapon that you really never see used in most runs, other than like, I guess, killing NPCs. Yeah, now we move on, and I gotta collect a couple more things. On this section here, I try to stay on the left side, because obviously I go get Crackblade here, but after that I drop down and go further. And this basically makes it so that the enemies on the right don't start fighting each other yet, which means like they'll be in consistent positions and they won't be like all over the place, like potentially run into me or whatever. Right? Like now they are still chilling. Now I go down and then they're gonna start fighting, but it doesn't matter because I'm gonna already be leaving. Right? So I don't run into anything stupid there. And this running section is a little scary, even with Gambit, because you really want to avoid aggroing the big dogs and crows, but with this line it's not a problem. And yeah, I'm basically making my way towards the Dragon Communion Church here. And this is where another synergy of this run comes into play, because since I killed Makar earlier, which I have to do for Regionlocked, I have the needed, or the necessary Dragon Heart to get Rot Breath now, without having to like go for a Grail or something. And that's just like really nice. Like that's really cool. It allows me to like save a lot of time and give me a really nice option to still get Rot, even though I don't have access to Rot pots, of course. Yeah, and after this I continue heading north, and I want to get a bit of Rot Grease here, of which I get 6 in total on this run, because again I can't get an unlimited amount because I don't get the crafting recipe for it. But these 6 are fine. Like I don't need more than those. I would be fine with 5 actually, as I'll explain later. But it kind of just really plays out really nicely. And here you can actually just like go and you can just pick this up when you go this line, and take this line with Gambit, and then port out. I port out quickly just to whatever last grace I was at, because I want to be fast there. But yeah, this looks scary, I guess, but it has never failed me, and it's really nice. Yeah, and now I do another trip to collect the only weapon that I'm using on this run that is a bit more out of the way. And for that I have to get to the abandoned cave over there. Yeah, and here, sorry, I'm going to be doing some menuing on the grace, and then I'm going to go back out and teleport back in. And the reason is that this makes the rot pillars reset that basically are going to be spawning over here. And that makes it safe to go through, essentially. Otherwise, I don't know how you would do it without like resetting the pillars. I've seen even like Gino do it and stuff. This is really nice. And also with armor, you can just quick step through the rot here. There's no need to like go around like the side of the cave here or whatever. And then I blast this guy with lightning spear. You can technically jump over him, but I find that kind of tight, and there's no reason not to just, you know, use tools in my arsenal here. And I also blast this guy, because he actually, like, if you just run past him, he actually has some quick pokes. He's kind of scary. Yeah, I get to this room, and here you need Gambit, because otherwise you're gonna aggro one of the, like, there's another guy that like shoots toxic stuff or like poison stuff at you if you don't have Gambit, I think. And then I want to run past this flower, and I want to like, but this one I want to aggro somewhat early. I want to make sure I aggro it here, because as I'm jumping up these like whatever things, abductor versions or whatever, I get the fang. I want to like Memory of Grace out, but you see, like, it does like the prayer attack, and I don't want this to be on me over here, so I want it to be like triggered earlier, so that it hits this area instead, right? It's kind of a sketchy thing to do here, I feel like, because you have to make sure that you get the jump up there correctly, like immediately, and not fail it, because otherwise you're gonna probably get blasted by that. But yeah, it's I don't really know what else you would do other than maybe killing the flower or something, but that seems really sketchy as well. So yeah, this works though, just a little sketchy. That's why I do it early. I don't really need the fang for a while, but I just do it because yeah, it's kind of scary, I think. Yeah, and then I go towards Highroad Cave to get Blue Dancer Charm, finally. Which I could have done earlier, but this is actually where I lost my run on my previous distance PB. Because, yeah, apparently after going here on countless runs and so many times, I can still miss that cursed jump to that one pillar. But at least with Gambit and the Beast Torch, the first sections here are trivialized. You just drop down here. And then don't jump on this dog. You can aggro him by jumping on him. Don't do that, just jump next to him. And then here I just like to strafe this this scripted dog's attack. And I use Gambit. And then I guess here you can, if you just drop down here somewhat carefully, you're not aggroing any bats with Gambit. And then here you can just run off, or I walk off. I cut it a little bit short, I guess. You want to like run off like properly. I don't know. I cut it a little bit short. And then here I pause, like I stop. I don't immediately go, because sometimes you will get, if you land on this higher part, you'll get the soft landing that I got here. But if you land further down, you're gonna get like a hard landing. And then it makes it kind of hard for me. Like if I just keep holding forward and sprint, sometimes I don't expect that I'm going to be sprinting immediately, because I think I'm going to get a hard landing. But then I do sprint immediately, and then I am not ready to jump or something. So this is why I pause here. And what I do is I jump up, and while I'm jumping, I'm basically buffering sprint forward, and then running jump off with a block. And this does work nicely. I did fail it on that on the run before, like on my second to last run, I think. But I shouldn't really fail it. Like it should be fine. Yeah. And then here, in comparison to that, the boss is really easy. I just buff up, and I use Gambit to gain a bit more time before I can go, and I just one cycle him either way. But with Gambit, like, he wakes up slower, and you get a hit on this leg, which normally you would just go for this one and hit it twice, but he just stuns. And yeah, he's just dead here. If I can actually get to the riposte spot, which I do. Yeah, this guy isn't really that good of a guardian, after all. So yeah, I like the club here, because it has those pretty fast CR2s, and also it's pretty good at actually hitting that sweet spot, I feel like. I've always used that on, like, RL1 runs on that guy. Yeah, and now I'm in for a bit of a longer running section towards DTS. I'm setting the time to night on this Grace to not aggro any of the archers on the stairs later. If I have Gambit active. It's not really necessary, but it's just kind of nice. And yeah, other than that, there's really nothing special happening. I guess I'm gonna speed this up for a bit. Just gonna... It's really just a regular running section here. Except, I guess, it's from the precipice. But yeah. It's not really much different. I'm going up the main stairs here, which I only recently started doing. It's just like faster. It seems to be still like safe. No, and here, like past these archers, you can just go in the middle if it's nighttime and you have Gambit and they won't shoot. Even if they shoot, like they can't really hit you, but I would rather be safe than sorry if the run is already like 10 splits in, right? And here I just also take the direct path. I go up these rocks and then I go past the... Like I hack the left side here. If you do it correctly, you won't aggro the gargoyle. If you do, I think it can technically hit you with the roar. Like I've seen it before. So you want to be careful of that. And I go up here. And here I do the little skip up these rocks. Guess I could have slowed down for that, but yeah. It just saves a bit of time. I've Beast Torch for the dogs here, because for the wolves, because they are pathing kind of randomly. And then I go down here. Yeah, I go around. I could go through, like I did go through like the main part with the archers. I did do that for a while, but I lost a one-hit PB. I got a one-hit PB on my Milady run to like going like the straight path here on what I thought was safe. So since then I have stopped doing that and I just go around up here. Here on this specific spot, you want to make sure that this guy isn't aiming at you. Because I've had that happen. If that happens, you want to just wait here until he shoots once and then you can go. But if he doesn't aim at you, you can just go. And now, I have a pretty cool way of doing the DTS cheese here that I haven't seen anyone else do. I'll explain this a little bit more in depth here, I guess. I'm going into this bush here, I guess, and then I basically line up the compass to point exactly to the west. Well, it's not like that precise, but as much as I can do. And I wait for him to like aggro to me and start walking at me. And once he does, I just walk backwards. I just hold straight backwards and I just walk. I don't stop. I just keep walking until I see this prompt, acquire materials, which is this. It is not relevant what this is, but just like the prompt shows up here. And this is my time when I kind of know that now I'm gonna head in this direction. I'm gonna show you where exactly. Like I just turn to the my character goes to the right here, essentially, like this. I just go like here, I guess, and I take a couple steps, and then I start running. And while I'm going past here, I know that I'm triggering the DTS again, and so he continues. Like I pull him closer to like the ledge, I guess, and so he just keeps walking in this direction, which is what I want. And yeah, now I just jump up here, go on this, and now I can throw a kukri here. I guess I throw this a little bit far left, but it doesn't really matter. Go behind the wall, and now he's just gonna walk up. Because he did pass all the way here to hear the kukri, basically. Right? And then I go like behind this leg, and I want to have this compass, the compass sign kind of facing southeast here. This is probably not that precise either, but yeah. And then I wait for him. It's important. I wait for him to complete the turning animation and to start his like weapon, like pulling out his weapon animation. And then I just do 2 CR2s and an R1. You see how he like pushes me around to the left a little bit? That's why I start like further to the right, facing in that direction, because now he's like straight facing, like he's basically straight going down there. I hit him in the front, and yeah, he's going straight down. It's really nice. And like I had, like when I was doing my first runs, I had some problems with this cheese. It felt somewhat inconsistent with certain methods I tried. But since I switched to this setup, I haven't had any problems with this guy. And I even, like in my last run, I did this with the Milady on NG+7. The Milady has that like double hit CR2 that doesn't do too much poise damage. I did have the poise tier, I guess, but yeah, he does have like a lot of poise resistance, I guess, on NG+7. It still works. It still worked, and I still could do the exact same thing. And it wasn't even like tight or anything. Just really, really cool. Yeah, after this we just do the normal Leyndell running section, which has to be one of the easiest running sections in the game. There's really not much going on. There's a lot of running here at first. And here we have the bubble guy section. Here you can just run down the middle, especially with Gambit. You just run down the middle and go past this guy, or like behind this guy. I'll show you. This is just safe, I'm pretty sure. Well, no, it just works. And even without Gambit, you can basically do something kind of similar to this. I believe you just crouch behind the big guy, and now they just kind of de-aggro for me to drop down here so that I don't get bubbled on like landing or something. Yeah, I make my way to the main street, and what I've started doing here is I didn't do this for the longest time, but yeah, I just cookery the avatar here. I game it before this pillar, then I run up to this pillar, and he drops down. I throw the kukri at this wall over here, and then I duck, and once he turns, that's when I start like duck sprinting over here, and like go around. And this seems really safe to me. It's really nice. Here I teleport back to this grace to heal, and the reason is that I can set up RTSR from full HP here. I basically throw one VT pot, and I need like, I think I need 5 gambits, and then I'm gonna be on RTSR, so that's quite nice. I do throw the pot a little bit close to this guy, which maybe I didn't need to. I feel like he was probably kind of close to hearing that. But yeah, we don't aggro him luckily. Like I could have thrown it at any other point basically. Yeah, Gambit past this guy. And this scripted attack. Yeah, past the friendly ceremony or whatever's going on here. And now I'm on my way to collect the strongest weapon for this run, which is obviously the Starfist, which, you know, has the insane fist moveset, great DPS and poise build-up, also insane bleed build-up, and it's infusible and buffable on top of that. Yeah, this fist really is the star of the run, you could say. Which, unfortunately, that means that we're gonna be having less variety from now on. It's just a side effect of collecting a weapon that's just that much better than the rest. But there's still gonna be some tech. I can say that much. Yeah, for Goldfrey though, I can say that we're still going to be using the other fist weapon, which is the iron balls. Because we already put Crackblade on that, and since old grandpa can't bleed anyways, there isn't really a huge difference between the damage that I do there. And also, believe it or not, this is not going to be the last time we see the iron balls on this run. There's going to be one more case. Yeah, just 2 fist weapons are better than 1, I guess. Okay. And here, you might also notice that I have a slightly weird buff order. Like, I do Gambit, or I do Vow, and then I do... Okay, here actually I do Vow into FGMS into Crackblade. Okay, I changed my mind. I do Crackblade into FGMS now. So, what is going on is that I want to use Vow into Crackblade into FGMS, which normally you would do Crackblade and Vow the other way around because of the descending duration. But for me, I think that my buffs run out either way here. So my total buff uptime is the same. And because Crackblade is a better buff than Vow, I would rather have that active for longer, which is why I cast it, or why I do that after I cast Vow, right? It's just my reasoning. Yeah, this fight is much simpler than the Godfrey fight from later. And if you're familiar with his moveset, what you're really fighting is the arena. Because sometimes you gotta pull him away from the pillars. Yeah, I get a stun here. This is a lot of damage. Like, he just gets bursted down really, really quickly. Yeah, fast attack. On this attack, by the way, whenever he does that after the stomp or like whenever, I see a lot of people rolling this to the right, and I don't really understand why. Because at least for me, like, it feels much more consistent to get a rolling attack and then strafe the follow-up when I go to the left. Basically, I don't know if it's just this one version of the Axe Slam or like all of them, but yeah, you can just strafe this and like, you don't over strafe or anything if you do this. It just feels nicer to me. This attack I've only recently started dodging. This follow-up that he just did, like, this can be delayed or not delayed. And you can see it though from the timing from the attack that he does. He like drags the delayed one more over the ground. And then either way he'll follow it up with either the slam again, which is what you kind of want, or that like poke attack. You can also roll that. Yeah, I do the same here. I just roll into that to bait the follow-up again. It's a little bit more aggressive, I guess. And yeah, a lot of just strafing the double swing. Here I don't greet. It's probably a good thing. I just get the kill anyways after that. Yeah, and when I'm punishing that stomp, like when he does the single stomp, I always wait a moment, because he can follow that up when you're like too far in front of him. And it's kind of hard to tell for me sometimes. Like, he has done the follow-up when I thought I was safe. So I'm kind of just like waiting a moment at least. And yeah, I love that this assassin just doesn't hear you and you can just run past her. Like, I kind of doubt that she's good at her job. Yeah, here it would be nice to just immediately gun for Morgott, but I want my physic back. So yeah, unfortunately I have to set up RTSR again. And Morgott, yeah, it's well, Morgott is just unfortunately getting bullied hard here. I know a certain someone who isn't gonna be happy about this. But listen, it's not my fault that FromSoft gave him way too little health and only 80 poise. And like, unfortunately this run is already very, very difficult for me. So yeah. At least I have a longer fight against him on my Milady run that I did recently. And also at least I didn't fully script him with the shackle or like bait the jump. Like, I could have done that. I originally had, yeah, there's a shackle script. But yeah. And of course this is going to be the first time that we use the Starfist. And honestly, like, there's not, like, there's a couple of things to explain, but I just let you watch the fight, or like, I maybe I should say the massacre, because like, it's over really, really quickly. It's kind of a shame because it's such a fun fight, but yeah, this is nasty. And he's dead. I will say the sleep pods there are a little risky, but what I do is I throw the first one before his big AoE, and then I wait for the pillars to spawn and throw the second pod basically after the pillars have spawned in. Because their placement is random, right? They can just randomly hit you. But this also gives me the most possible time for my CR2s when he like goes to sleep. But I think this might still not be 100% safe, and you could get screwed by a late pillar spawning right below you, but it hasn't happened to me so far. I think it's relatively unlikely if you do it like this. Yeah. If this was too short for you and you want to know more about Morgott and how to fight him, Recycle has a lot of kills and an entire document on him, so go check that out. This is not gonna happen on this run though, unfortunately. Yeah, and for the upcoming part, there's also close to nothing going on until I reach Fire Giant, so I'm also gonna speed this up for now. I can put it a bit faster here. Yeah, basically at this point in the run, when I got here, I knew this was basically my distance PB, right? And I was really happy with it already. I was like, basically I was just thinking, when I was done with the early and mid game, right? And I was just thinking, I want to just see how far this goes, how far I can get it. And it turns out I got it pretty far. But yeah, I also knew that like the previous run could have always been it, because I only took like 2 very stupid hits. And so I was kinda hoping that maybe there would be something, but like of course I know this is like super unlikely to actually happen because of how difficult the run is. But yeah. Oh, I should slow down here again, because I did have a situation with the Blackblade Kindred. Because as I'm approaching here, as it's spawning in, wait a second. There we go. It doesn't do any attacks on landing here. So I know it could catch up and roar at me, which it actually ends up happening. So it just goes up here, and then I see the roar, and then I just stop, and I just use the dismount iframes that I have. And yeah, it's very easy. I know there are some strats that people do to like prevent this from happening, but I'm honestly fine with it since torrent iframes are so generous. You just have to be ready for it and like be looking back. Like you can argue that it's maybe a little sketchy, but or that it could be done better, but I think like I would be much more scared of any other strat failing than of actually getting the roar there. Yeah, and here I had another situation. This was an actual close call. I didn't really pay attention here, I guess, and I went a little too far on the upper side, and then I like this bird kind of gets like really close, at least it looks like it does. Little close for comfort. Not sure if that can actually hit you here. Never actually gotten hit there, but it certainly looked scary. Yeah, anyways, the rest of the run to Fire Giant is, again, not very special, so I'll just speed up again here. Just, it's just a lot of torrenting. But at least at this point, it's kind of calming me down a little bit. It's kind of preparing me for the fights that are coming up. From now on, of course, the bosses have more HP when reaching the end game. This is where, of course, status effects in general are really good, but also rot becomes more and more important, which we haven't been using at all. But it's gonna get some I'm gonna get some use cases there. It's kind of it's kind of crazy how good Rod is. You could like I think it would be interesting to do this run without orcs, but of course then it would be a lot harder. I think I actually like the spot that it's in with like how much orcs I have in this run. Mostly, of course, rot, bleed, and frost. It does kill some of the bosses a little quickly, especially like looking at Morgott and stuff. But like for me, this run is the thing that makes orcs interesting is that maybe this is not true, but it kind of enables me to like use different things. Although you could just argue that I'm just cycling orcs effects around. I don't know. Also kind of feels satisfying though when you get like a bleed proc or something. And it makes other things useful than on normal runs, right? Like the Venomous Fang is not something you would use on any other run. Yeah, now we're approaching Fire Giant. I obviously have to do Fire Giant before I leave Mountaintops, so I can't really do him later. But as you see, talking about Rod Breath is really good here. And it's gonna do a lot of the heavy lifting. Also, you can see, well, when I'm done buffing, I always like to also unequip my equipment afterwards, because then I increase my Blue Dancer Charm bonus damage. Yeah, we go in. I do drink again because I want to fill up the FP for Rotten Breath to get like the complete cast. Yeah, here I get the legendary double shove attack, which is the entire reason why I stay off Torrent and run at him after I've dodged the first one. So for me it's not an issue here, but this is something to really be ready for. Like this is kind of scary. Luckily he just does the jump afterwards, and I get to break the ankle with 2 CR2s and a Tab R2. I sleep, and then I do Rod Breath. Something to note here, if you want to do Rod Breath, or if you want to switch to a seed and you have Rod Breath equipped, don't do it with the hand that actually has Rod Breath, so in this case L1, because this can just, at least for me, like it just, a lot of the time it just casts Rod Breath immediately after then, even though I'm not holding L1 or anything. Just kind of stupid. So I always press like, I guess it would be triangle and R1 to like undo hand and then cast. Yeah, we get a stun, we get some nice bonus damage here. Yeah, and more bonus damage here. I want to get out of the fire pillar area because I really don't want to find out another shove attack. It's really nice to run at him from like more of the right side, so that in case he does that shove attack, if he does that close range, it's actually like really scary, or like at least for me it's like really hard to roll. Like I try to stay more on the right side to like run past it almost. And here I misread the attack, so I roll too early, then I can save it by just rolling again. Yeah, really messy. It's surely another close call. And there's also some fire giant terrain moments here. And yeah, luckily the fight isn't too bad. It's a little slow again. Not too difficult, and yeah, the rod is doing a lot here. This would be one of the fights that would be really awful without orcs, because it's just boring, right? Not a lot happening. But yeah, now we get to phase 2. And here, I buff with Crackblade. Then when he does the fire pillars, I sleep him on this hand. I drink a blue flask to get max FP, and then I get to the other hand and I stun him here. Because of Crackblade, I need 3 CR2s and a Tab R2. And now I just Rot Breath him. I Rot Breath towards like the front here. Because in my experience, this has been more consistent at rotting him. Yeah, I get it off. And now I just run. It's, this is enough damage to kill him. And, by kiting him around for a bit, I keep him far enough away so that I shouldn't get his fire breath attack most of the time. If I do, I'm like far enough away to Memory of Grace out and stuff. But it shouldn't really happen. And that attack is the only reason why I'm doing this. Because I'm tired of having to Memory of Grace out or lose runs to it. So I just like accept the time loss here. And I just like let him die of old age. And yeah. But something to note is that, yeah, like I said, the Rod Breath doesn't consistently proc him. I've had situations when it didn't, and if it doesn't, then what I do is I just fight him until I get another stagger, and then I Rod Breath him again, and then it should proc. And then I just do this. But yeah, we run to the other side of the arena. Yeah, and for that reason I also have quite a bunch of FP flasks allocated. Because I need enough FP to be able to cast again. But as you'll see, that almost got me killed in this run later. Because I switched to that just for this attempt. Because on the last attempt before this it didn't proc, and then I noticed, oh, I'm almost out of blue. And so I switched that. And that I didn't have like tested out properly, and you'll see that that'll get me into a situation. But yeah, of course, unfortunately I have to run all the way through Fire Giant Arena, through the arena again after he's dead, to get to the Forge Grace. But yeah, here we're not leaving Mountaintops yet, because I want to do the Snowfields bosses first. The reason is that not only are they, or is Malenia specifically, significantly harder than the remaining any percent bosses, but I also need a couple of things from the Snowfield areas. And I want to get rid of Gideon's triple rings by doing the other remaining Great Rune bosses first as well. So, yeah. That's mostly the reason. It's also nice to, you know, in case I would have had to reset to Malenia, which I would probably not do, to be fair. I would probably continue runs there, but once I get past her anyways. But I guess it would have been faster at that point. Yeah, I do the Castle Soul skip here, and what I can recommend here is when you are aiming at the branch here, this branch, put the compass like slightly to the right of it rather than the left, because at least for me this is like a lot more consistent. And also don't do, like, you can overshoot this. I overshot this once and died because I was surprised. To prevent that, I don't like run immediately. I just like jump and then hold forward basically immediately after. It's just some like small things. Yeah, and on this boss I also got the strat to deal with the 2 summons from Azaz. It's really nice, but you have to be ready in case something goes wrong, because it can definitely happen. Yeah, I'm waiting for better weather or something. I don't know. I go in. And I immediately run to the left side of this patch of grass right here. Immediately use a Bewitching Branch and press lock on after that. Sometimes the game will lock you onto Nile or the other summon instead, but it doesn't really matter. You get the Bewitching Branch off anyways. And then I go into this corner, I drink the Physic and wait while crouched. And this guy runs at me, and here Nile does the buff, which means I'm good. But if he starts walking to me earlier than the Phantom does, which kind of happened here, because the Phantom kind of got stuck, or the Phantom stalls for a bit, which it can also do, it can like idle a little bit or something, then there is a risk that Nile could hit me out of the Bewitching Branch animation. So I'd basically run, in that case I would basically run to like this side of the arena and bait the Phantom over and like kind of bank that it reaches me earlier than Nile in that case. And I just do what I do here, but in that corner. It's not really a big difference, but just something to keep in mind in case this goes wrong. But here everything works out nicely, and I crouch poke the guy until he stuns. And then I Bewitching Branch him. Call me Mikola at this rate. I run away and unequip the Greatsword to have a fast roll. And on the boss himself, I'm using the Venomous Fang for the first time. And I'm putting Rot Grease on it to get both Deadly Poison and Rot active. And I timed this for a bit. Basically, the Poison and Rot aren't actually necessary here. But I've got an extra Rot Grease, and this kind of helps in case he stalls for a bit, I guess. For the fight itself, there are actually a couple ways to fight him. I'm basically just waiting for the stomps into the pokes and just strafing them. And here he does the big AoE. And you sometimes don't get this if you don't kill the summons. Oh, well, that's not right. You sometimes don't kill this if you if the summons kind of do more damage to him, which they sometimes do. And that's not a big deal, but yeah, just something to keep in mind of. I get it here, and I can just get a stun here with just 3 CR2s. One of them even a headshot. I get the riposte, another tap or 2 riposte, bleed proc. That's a lot of damage. And also when you strafe the pokes like this, make sure you're not like too close to him. Because if you are, I think there's like a weird handle hitbox or something going on. I've been hit in like weird situations there. And this stomp attack he just did is really scary because it's pretty fast and it has a lot of range and it's really, really hard to roll. That's basically why you don't want to over punish him and why you want to keep a little bit of a distance between him and you. And yeah, this is another one, a charge attack that he can spam this for quite a bit and it can build up a lot of frostbite on you. But if you stay close enough to bait the follow-up, you get some time. And otherwise you can also create distance between you and him to yeah, so that he doesn't reach you basically, and then you also don't get any build up. But see, like I get almost half a bar from that one. Like that's a lot. But yeah, now he does the full combo, and here you could just strafe the last hit, which is kind of nice. And yeah, that's an easy victory. I should add that I think other people use a method that baits this weapon slam out more, which I must admit I don't know how to properly do. But it's not too bad because the fight isn't like that bad at all. And yeah, I was like, when I was like practicing for this run and like routing and stuff, I was like, okay, I should practice this boss for a bit. And I fought him for 45 minutes until I took my first hit. Then I was like, yeah, okay, that's good enough, I guess. And that's why I just stick with this way of fighting him, I guess. It just works for me. Yeah, I collect the medallion halves now. And here on the way I murder another innocent NPC for the sake of speed. And I go to the secret path to the Haligtree. For that section, once I get there, I also switched to I switched to going the long way around, basically dropping down to that invisible bridge. You'll see, instead of like running straight through, which is always kind of scary because the little guys can like hit you. Yeah, here in the beginning, I throw a kukri at this bridge, and one thing to keep in mind here is that the height of the throw matters. If you throw it too high, and the guys don't walk as far towards it, then they just like idle a little bit further away and like stare at it instead of going like all the way there. Instead, like I gambit here, then I walk up, I wait a little bit until they're like further away, and then here I jump down to this invisible bridge. To the end, I drop down here, and once I'm here, like this is kind of close to aggroing this guy. What works best for me here is to just run down here and sprint jump past this pillar, going fast. Oh, I don't know why it did that. Basically, like this. This just doesn't aggro him, which is nice. I go to the elevator. And yeah, here you can distract this militiaman as well with another kukri. Wait a little bit and then I drop. And we're out of there. Yeah, and for snowfields, unfortunately, I don't remember who I got this path from, but it's really, really nice and consistent. Basically, here I go north and like a bit east until I can lock on to one of these enemies over here. Once I reach them, I turn like northwest until I get to this big tree. Get kind of lost there, but whatever. Then I go north past the tree. Until I get to this big tree, go around it counterclockwise, get to this statue, then I go like a little bit further north than northwest, I guess. And this just leads me to the grace already. Really nice, no enemies that you can like hit you. Yeah, north past the grace, across the river, and then I take a little bit of a longer way around. Well, the normal way around here to get to Ordina. Or the Ordina Grace, rather. It's not that long of a running section, which is nice. Yeah, here I'm just quickly contemplating life choices or something. I don't know what I'm doing. Then I'll go and clear the Ordina puzzle, which is another section that for which I got this strat from Zaz, to make it a bit cleaner. It's also such a nice strat, such a nice way of doing this. Basically, the first thing I do is turn around and go up the stairs here. Go next to this pillar, right here, and then jump shoot this guy with a bow. Run back to the building and like hide. After when he shoots his second arrow, I gambit. And this way, basically, I turned her around, and she's gonna stay turned around. Also, there's a guy here, like on this side, so I take a little bit of a further path. She's gonna stay turned around the entire time, and I don't have to kill her when I reach that ladder. And I go to the flame here, that's on the outside, and I make sure to keep Gambit up here as well, but not, yeah, I do it here as well, because there's some archers that are close by. After lighting the flame, I drop back down here, and yeah, there's an archer on that building over there that you just saw, like on this building, I think, here. I drop down here, again, not trying to aggro this archer could otherwise aggro. So I jump a bit further. Yeah, Gambit here is important. But I can just go to this ladder over here. Go up towards the next flame. And now I drop down again. And here I use Gambit. And this way this guy isn't gonna see me. I don't have to turn him around. He's just not seeing me. So I can just run across here. And yeah, before I run, I look at this guy as well. Forgot to mention that. And I notice that she still turned around. I've had it happen before that she would turn. That she would turn back, but if you see that, it's fine. You can just shoot an arrow here and then just like attack her, kill her with like the Starfist. But I don't need to do that. I go to the third flame, and after lighting that, I drop back down. Again, keep Gambit active. And here you want to make sure this guy over here on the like other side of this building, she can like see you. If you, I've jumped on this before and she's seen me, so you wanna like stick to this line. Basically, there's another invisible assassin over here, so you just distract him and then light the last flame. It's definitely an area that you have to test around with, but it's not too bad. Yeah, and now I can finally go towards the Haligtree, which is not a super simple running section, but it's also not too bad. Obviously, the boss difficulty is reaching its high at the very end of it, though. Yeah, always Gambit here, and then I run. And I like to re-Gambit right before this guy. And then I just follow the main branch here. I don't drop down to the ends. I've had them aggro to me before, and this running section just, like, this way just seems safe to me. This has never been a problem for me. I know they're like casting bubbles and stuff, but it has never hit me. I just get past them, regambit next to this tree. And here you want to make sure you don't go too close to the flowers, I guess. They can proc you really, really quickly. But it's not too hard to do. Yeah. I do this drop. Then I go for the safety grace here. And here I trigger this guy, go back in, gambit, and now he's gonna turn around and I run after him. I jump down to this side. Here, make sure you don't jump too far to the left, because you can jump on this guy and aggro him. He's got a pretty big hitbox for that as well. So like, you wanna make sure you're like far enough away from him. Then go past. And here I have my own little way, I guess, of going through here. There's a guy that pushes you here, there's a guy that pushes you here, but I just run past both of them. Like this. I go in here, I hug the left side to not aggro the misbegotten over here in this corner. I drop down, and then I just jump. This is very nice. Here I like to use a sleep pot on this guy, because you don't have to, but I've sometimes aggroed him when like jumping over him when going around like this, which is what you would normally do. But I think just sleeping him is a bit safer, bit easier, nothing hard to do. And yeah, once you get to this building, I throw a kukri. It's the unsolid snake section, I guess. I throw a kukri to distract the crystallians over here. I throw sleep pot first because I mess up my items, but that's fine. And then I just do the jump over here across to this building. I throw another kukri to distract the zombies, mainly because when I drop down from this roof here, I don't want any of the zombies falling on me in case they'd be aggroed. So right here. Then I run up to this wall, I hit it to... There's another strat from Azaz. This guy goes over there and I can just go past him. It's really nice. And I get the safety elevator. And make my way towards Loretta. This is another fight where I'm going to be using the Venomous Fang with Rot Grease and then the Starfist. Honestly, a non-infused Starfist is probably better here, but it doesn't really matter that much. I was too lazy to switch it, I guess. But it's fine. Yeah, I go in and I open the fight with 2 R1s after she has jumped here, and then I get out of there. Because I don't want to be too close to her, because the scariest thing on this fight for me is to get her like double slash, the Loretta slash, when she has glint blades active. And in general it just makes it easier to deal with her. Also, I do what I think is the normal way of fighting her, which is just like rolling her. Rolling her pokes and swings to the side, and then punish. This swing I roll a bit early, because the camera gets kind of messed up close to the wall here. But luckily, it still works out. Yeah, she's goofing around a little bit here. But yeah, also again the poke to the side, like in front of her, the other side, and then I get the rod. I switch to the Starfist. Yeah, just fight her normally. Nothing crazy going on. This attack you can jump as well, but I don't find that too comfortable. I get a stagger, which is nice because you get 2 CR2s, basically, every time. Yeah, you can run under this arrow. And I get a frost proc with a stun, which is really nice because now I know that she's gonna transition here. Maybe I could have stunned her. I could have probably stunned her out of this, but I wasn't too sure. And I was gonna play it safe rather. And yeah, this is nice because you just get 2 CR2s on this long combo. Yeah, and these projectiles are kind of another reason why I like to stay away when she does glint blades, because if you are close and you roll the other projectile, not the glint blades, but the other one, you can get roll caught by the glint blades. If you're further away, you don't. Which is nice. Yeah, this attack is just big punish. Yep, and that's already it. We got really good RNG, so this is actually another bleed proc here, which we obviously didn't need, but yeah. Also, I would recommend rolling the arrows in phase 2 to like the front right. I did that once in that kill, I think, because they kind of hit like left of you and like behind you and stuff, and front right seems like the best space to roll there. Because they also have like a deceptively long-lasting hitbox. And also another thing that I should add, there's a meme that probably everyone knows that that spends some time on this boss. If you hit her out of a stagger close to a wall, she can like step on you and stagger. So stagger you. So don't hit her then. Like when you have staggered her and she's close to a wall, just don't hit her. It's actually really common. Other than that, the fight isn't too complicated. Yeah, at this point, this is a little bit of an easy part. Here, I'm still like, I'm now approaching Malenia, and this of course makes me definitely more and more nervous. It's definitely kind of the peak of the run, but here I want to get the Sorcerer really quickly. Which this is the way to do it basically. In case you ever need that, this is I think the best way to get it. I'm not gonna be using that for a while now, but I'll definitely need it on Gideon. Yeah, I dropped a bit further down, so the Revenant actually spawns, but it doesn't aggro or anything. I just collect the item. And yeah, now I'm gonna be moving on and making my way through the area. And for this current section, I'm also using standard strats. I'd say it's pretty free with Gambit. I didn't need to jump over to this thing again. But yeah. And now that I think about it, I don't really I think it's crazy how much Gambit actually trivializes. Like, yeah, it's crazy how much less you have to actually get creative on running sections. I don't really mind it because it's a nice way to just like turn off your head a little bit, even if you shouldn't completely do that, I guess. But yeah, it makes it like less special for sure, I guess. Yeah, but I guess let's talk a bit about Malenia. She's not even necessarily the longest fight in the run, but she's undoubtedly the hardest. Like, it feels like she's the main roadblock for this run for sure. I also did change my way of fighting her a bit. It did incorporate a couple of extra punishes, but obviously I'm not Ramon or something, so it's not anything super crazy. But yeah, one thing that's nice though is that the Starfist has an excellent moveset for her, and you can kind of almost keep her in a stun lock in phase 2 if you get the right RNG. Like it's pretty common to just like get a lot of staggers in a row. And what also helps with that is that I can use the Cold Starfist with Crackblade, which gives me double procs, so bleed and frost procs, and more poise damage. At least as long as it's active, I guess, but I can always reactivate it on flowers. So that's definitely something that helps me here, as you'll see. That's a way to get a lot more damage than I would otherwise be able to get. And it makes the fight a lot shorter. But yeah, I mean, it's difficulty-wise, it's not exaggerated to say that, like, yeah, like Malenia has to be the hardest boss. You have to be like that. There's so much going on. She's like by far the most complex boss as well. By the way, here for this part, when you gambit, make sure to do it before you drop down to this balcony, because otherwise the pests, you can aggro the pests already there. Yeah, I've seen people throw the kukri like over to more to the side here, but I still like this a lot. And yeah, now we're approaching Malenia. I'm gonna do my best to explain as much as possible on this fight, but like again, Malenia is so insanely complex with so much going on that I could probably go on for like hours here, which would be a little bit of overkill for this video. But I'm gonna be explaining maybe more than on the other bosses so far, because it's really what you have to invest the most time into if you wanna get a run like this. I feel like I've spent so much time on this boss, especially in preparation for this run, like more time on Malenia maybe than on all the other bosses combined. It's just yeah, it's just really, really hard. Yeah, for the opening here, I don't do any scripted stunts or anything, because I think it's not really worth it for this run. There is a way to, like, you know, duck under the swing, of course, and just like script her, but I don't do that. Instead, I'm just gonna strafe the opening and do 2 CR2s. And then yeah, she does this. I shouldn't have done this tab R2 because it ate her stagger now. Also, she cancelled the follow-up. Nice. Then yeah, after the stab here, she can theoretically insta front flip. I still CR2 because I don't think I don't know if she can do it in phase 1, and if she can, it's like really, really rare. Yeah, here I'm not gonna run after her these attacks, and the reason is that it can get a little awkward, because once she's unlocked, she can do waterfowl in like an unpleasant position, or she can do the triple slash from neutral, because that's like normally you know, a mid-range attack, but when you are running at her, she can do it from like an awkward range, and you have to react quickly to roll into it. And she can also do the regular fast slash, once you get closer, which you want to quickly roll backwards and stuff. So I kind of just avoid all that and make her running towards me. The kick in phase 1 is also kind of scary because she can definitely insta front flip out of that especially if you roll into it as well. So you don't want to do that. But you can punish it if you outspace it like this. Yeah, on the triple slash here, we're gonna see this more. You can kind of see, in case you didn't know, you can kind of see which follow-up she's gonna do by the way how far she like leans forward during it. If she leans further forward, she's gonna do the slow follow-up, and she like doesn't, she's gonna do the fast swing, right? You can also see it by like the tilt of the head as well. In this case I get like the longer follow-up and I get a CR2, I get a stun, get a lot of, like get a tap R2, a riposte. This is a lot of damage all the time because now I get another CR2 and a tap R2, and then we get waterfowl. And here, I should probably talk about this for a bit. When you do the circle dodge around her, which is of course by far the best method to deal with waterfowl from close range, there are a couple of like parts to this. First of all, of course, you do have to react kind of quickly, which you'll be able to do that if you practice her for a bit, but that might be difficult in the beginning when you're learning this. Secondly, and this is probably the hardest part, your movement has to be correct. And something important to note is that obviously you need to go around her, but you don't necessarily need a full circle. In fact, like slightly more than 180 degrees can actually be enough in certain cases if you then roll in the right direction. And this basically means two things. One is that you can actually do this dodge from a bit further away. And once you notice that, then basically there is like almost no more distance where you can't dodge this at all. Right, because you can run away from it at like longer ranges or longer distances. There's some ranges where it's like really hard, of course, but it's like mostly possible. And also, if you are close like this, you don't really need to worry about cutting the circle extremely tight, which this was for me the biggest thing to notice, because I used to get hit mostly on this boss by just running into her while going for the circle. And of course I'm not doing this here for whatever reason, but you can leave yourself a little bit more room and just not go for the 360. And also you can run counterclockwise or clockwise. I don't really know if there's an objectively better way to like for one or the other. It could have something to do with where her initial hitbox starts and stuff, but I just do it clockwise because I just learned it this way basically. But yeah, the third part, I guess I'll slow down and like show you how I do the circle here, if it lets me. Just like this, right? And then yeah, here I'm gonna roll here. Essentially, I already lost the stamina here. The third part of the dodge is of course the roll timing, and I gotta be honest, I dodge this completely by feel at this point, but you can also look at her animation and roll kind of when she like turns around in the air. And then the last part is the roll direction, because you want to double roll at least basically in the direction that you're running into, right? I kind of did a full circle here, and so I need to roll at least like here. But basically the less of a full circle you actually completed, the further you wanna, in my experience, the further you wanna roll into the like even further on where you would have gone on a circle. So let's say I wanted to do this here. I would roll like this, basically, like diagonally forward right or something. You can even like, yeah, you can even have other distances, but this is something that you gotta like test out, I guess. It's kind of hard to describe. But I just recommend trying this out. I just like can just roll here, and I just like double roll it. I don't know why the video quality gets so bad on like when I slow it down, but yeah, that's the first part of waterfowl. It's really hard and it takes a lot of practice. And yeah, then for the second part, I basically just roll somewhere. I unlock also for the dodge, of course, and here I roll between like I walk towards her a little bit. Didn't like really super necessary, but then I roll between like the backwards, like away from her, and to the right of her. It's like a 90-degree cone that for me it's fine to roll to. Like there are other ways to do it. Other people roll like forward, right, or something, but I like to do this. And this gives me the best way to do to just like strafe the third flurry. I just roll like more back, I guess, here, right? But yeah, that's totally fine. And then for the third flurry, I just strafe this. I'm just gonna go like this, basically. Like I just walk a little bit into her, and then like, or into where she's gonna go to like lure her this way, and then I walk away from where she's gonna be, and then I'm gonna, like, I just do like a circle motion on the controller, I guess, at least. But I also, yeah, I walk away from the last hit then, right? Yeah, this is really easy with a bit of practice. So I go like here, then I turn, and then she's gonna like fly in here, come flying in here, and I just walk around and like backwards a little bit. Yeah, and I'll show you again because the video quality was so bad. It's probably awful on YouTube. I'm gonna show you again in full speed. But yeah, it's just something that takes a lot of practice, I guess. But yeah, let's watch it. Yeah, and then I roll in on this and do a tab R2. If you want to do this, you don't want to do this too early, because she has a good amount of hyper armor on this, same as on the kick as well. And not punish too early, but this is fine here. Yeah, I get a bleed proc with a stun, which is really nice. Yeah, honestly, if you play aggressively enough, then the status effects are absolutely carrying here. Yeah, here, this is where I guess it's hard to see in this, but she's not leaning far forward here. So she's gonna do the fast follow-up here, and for this I roll into it right here, like next to her kind of, and then I duck, and I stand still. Basically, the reason why I duck is if she does the you can't buffer duck as long for whatever reason, for as long of a time for whatever reason, so I only hit it once I've completed the animation here, but I do that in case she does that retreating slash over me, which you can then punish with a tab R2. which is something she can do. You'll see that if you try this, you'll see that she can do that. And I stand in place in case she does the insta front flip, which is another thing that she can do here. And if you don't move, then it will just miss you. But yeah, she does the grab, so I roll with it and just punish it. Yeah, here she leans further forward, so I know she's just gonna do this. And I get a good amount of extra damage here. It's kind of getting melted. And after this back hop, by the way, if you stand still, or at least keep enough distance, like you can actually walk sideways, but if you keep enough distance, she can do that like opening move, or the move that she opens with again, which is a nice punish opportunity, but she doesn't do it here. She just idles. So I bait her with throwing daggers, or keeping enough distance for waterfowls, which I also get here. Yeah, on this one, this is far away, so I just outrun the first flurry. And because I'm slightly further away after it, I mean, I walk towards her a little bit, but I'm further away. So here I just roll to the, like, straight to the right. See? And then I just do the same strafe again. And roll in and punish. Yeah, and then here I get the insta front flip after this combo. And see, I duck and it just misses me. I just get a stun, get a bleed proc, which gives me no riposte opportunity, which is a bit annoying, but whatever. And that's the transition. Here I do 2 backsteps for positioning and timing, and then I just go here, and then basically where the flowers start, I use Crackblade. And now I get a CR2 and an R2 here. It's an opening. And by the way, after you riposte her, like here I wait a bit. Let my stamina regen, and only then do I do these attacks. And yeah, the kicks in phase 2, she has 2 different versions of kicks, but now you can roll into them and punish them with a tap or 2. And on this slam, by the way, I like to roll to her left side, and then I walk around her to the other side, and then I do a CR2. Because 1, if you punish early, you can actually get hit if you're too close. And 2, this way it's like easier to see if she like back angles you with a fast swing after the CR2. Like if I punish her from here, the wing would cover that kind of, and it would be really hard to see. So I walk around, then do the CR2. I could have maybe, well, I could have walked even like a bit further, but it was fine. Yeah, and again here, I just walk around to the side, then I hit her. And we get a bunch of stuns here, a bunch of staggers, bunch of crits, bunch of damage. And yeah, as you can see here, I get kind of like the riposte area is really big. Like I get kind of teleported a little bit forward, so you don't have to stand like right in front of her to riposte her. Kind of generous. Then on this here, I know that she's gonna do the other swing follow up. Like she does the 2 low swings, and that one is jumpable, and you can punish it. Like this, not this one, but the follow up. This one, and I jump it, and what I do is I like to do a jump R1 and not a jump R2, which I've seen most people do. And the reason is that I only jump after I see her basically start the second swing, because otherwise you can also get insta front flipped if you punish her too early. And with an R2, the timing can get kind of tight because otherwise, like, she can do the side hop attack with hyper armor, and that gets really close to hitting you. Like, it's almost done here, but I don't get the stagger because I attack so late, and now she does another flower to stall, of course. And here basically another thing to mention, I start running in once she starts moving, once her wing starts moving, essentially. That's where you see it the easiest. Once this starts moving, that's when I know that I can run in. And here I'm a bit late, I was a bit far away, so I only do a tap R2 to play it safe. But yeah, I missed that R2, which is fine in that position. And that's the kill. Yeah, that was a lot of Maleniaing now. But, I mean, it's obviously the main fight of this run, like I said, so I think it deserves some attention. And at the end of the day, it was actually only like a 4-minute long fight, I think, which isn't too bad. But it's definitely an intense 4 minutes, for sure. Yeah, now I'm really locked in, I guess. I'm like, wow, this is actually an opportunity right here. But of course, there is another really difficult boss right after this. But I do get a bit of downtime on my way there. It's we are well into the end game now. There are some bosses that are now gonna be a little bit easier, and some that are still really hard. But yeah, this is where like the fun has stopped, I guess. It's still really fun, but like in a different way, because it's really challenging now. I like to take this path, by the way, to like get the invader to spawn, and then I run this way to this corner over here to despawn him. And yeah, like it's I think Malenia and Mohg are definitely among the 4 most difficult bosses in this run. The other ones I'd say are Hoarah Loux and Radahn. But yeah, I mean, it's also fun, for sure, to have these fights in here. I get to the teleporter, and I get to Mohgwyn. Yeah, I don't really do anything special here either. So let's talk about the upcoming boss, who's of course going to be Mohg. He's probably my favorite boss in the base game because I love how he forces you to think about things like positioning and roll directions in his phase 2. In general, also, there are more ways to control his positioning than a lot of people, I think, realize. Which gives you a lot of ways to play around the blood flame on the ground. But unfortunately, I don't have Karin Retaliation on this run, because I had no other reason to go to Caria Menor. So I'm gonna have to deal with his blood pool attack, which isn't particularly fun, and can also potentially create some tricky situations. But I should basically, well, it should be possible to deal with them. And also, because I'm gonna be using Rot plus Bleed and Frost in phase 2, the fight also isn't that long. So I'm unfortunately not gonna be able to show everything off. I have been considering in the past to do a guide on how to fight this guy in a no-hit run. Maybe I'll do that at some point. But I would certainly have to learn a couple more things myself about him before I could get to that. But I think his phase 2 is really intense, and it's really really something fun. It's completely different from. It's much more challenging than phase 1 as well, which is a difference that not a lot of bosses have, I feel like. Where you really only unlock the full moveset in phase 2, or like the most challenging parts are really locked behind the phase 2. Yeah, this cookery throw to distract the guy is really nice. Now I can just run through here. He can he's also a guy. He can chase you forever and throw stuff at you and make your life really miserable. But with that cookery throw, it's not a big problem. Yeah. And here I take the elevator up to the boss, and this is kind of another annoying situation. I heal because I want to set up RTSR with knee heal, and I don't get time to heal before that. I want to drink my I drink my physic, and I'm about to enter the boss fight. Yeah, here, but luckily I noticed that in my quick use menu that I allocated my flasks differently, or because I allocated my flasks differently this time, that I don't actually have another heal ready, that I would need to survive and heal. So I have to turn around and go back to the Grace. Like, so happy that I actually noticed that in time. That could have gone awfully wrong for no reason. Yeah. That's a lesson on, like, you shouldn't change strats basically without thinking through what the consequences of those are. But yeah, now I go in, I use the time I have here to buff and to pull him away from the stairs. You really don't want to fight him up there, because the elevation can really mess up a lot of stuff. Also here he's idling, and you see me walking backwards a bit. Oh, I should stop here, because that way you can bait out attacks sometimes when he's idling. For this Blood Flame explosion attack, there are a couple of ways to deal with it. The best one, I think, is to strafe it like this, the way I'm doing here. But if you don't want to, or can't even do this, because of his position, you can either stay in front of him and roll into the explosion, or yeah, and then basically, if you are far enough to the right, his swing will go over your head. Or you can outrun the explosion and run back in to then also strafe the swing. The benefit of those last two ways to do it is that this actually allows you to, like, pull the boss away from a wall. Since he moves with the swing, right? Like, if he does the swing here, he moves with this quite a bit. So you can get him, like, a good chunk of the way away from a wall if you need to by doing this. Yeah, this allows for the most punishes, so if you can, you should do this. And then I do a couple more punishes, mid-attack punishes. I get a stun here with a double proc, the riposte. So now he's gonna do Tres and Dos, which allows me to get more hits in. I somehow missed this hit. I guess his arm just went past me or something. Yeah. I just fight him. He has a blood pool attack, which just wastes a bunch of time, but you can throw a throwing dagger to try and keep up his poise. Yeah. And here I get another stun, but because I suck, I mismanage my stamina and I don't actually get the riposte. I know that he's gonna do Unos anyways, and so basically, here is the time that I go for Rotten Breath. Because I want to have a rot active for phase 2, right? I don't have any benefit of rotting him for phase 1 because the fight is really easy in the beginning, and I want to have rot for phase 2. So now I have time to do it after knee heal. And then I heal after the first knee heal. This allows me to set up RTSR with the next 2 hits. And I should, see here, perfect. And I should add that there is a chance that he doesn't get procced from the first rot breath for whatever reason. In that case, I would have drinking a blue flask. Would have drunk a blue flask after the second knee heal. And then cast rot breath again after the third one. So right here. Which is also safe to do, and this would always proc him. In this case, I don't need to do that, and I can just wail on him with the Starfist. But that's a nice way to just guarantee that you can get that off. And here, for this blood spray attack, you can either roll with it, or you can roll into it, right? If you roll with it, you want to position yourself correctly to deal with his follow-ups. If you roll into it, then he'll just swing over you. What I like to do for this attack is I like to roll with the swing, like this, like here. I'm gonna be about to do this, unless I notice that he's gonna be close to a wall afterward, in which case I would roll into it. Just notice that there is also a max range on the blood spray, so if you're further away, you don't want to roll into it because it might not work. You might roll into the blood on the ground then. But yeah, just like this, I get to just punish his follow-ups here. Yeah, I get a lot more damage in. I also know where the blood is gonna land after each attack, and so I just position myself correctly, basically to not run into it. And I just keep that in mind at all times, which is something, you know, that's obviously very important. For example, here, I know that I can walk backwards again, because I want to get an attack from him. You don't want to walk too far away, by the way, that's really, really bad, but a little bit backwards is fine. Because I know there's not going to be any blood spray there, right? And yeah, we can just strafe this again. I get off a lot of damage here. Another stun. He's already basically dead. Get another blood pool. Yeah, it's just fine. Just stall. That's okay. You're already dead almost anyways. So for the blood pool, I guess in phase 2, it's probably important to know the follow-ups, or like how to deal with like every attack that he can do while doing blood pools. I like to just, like I said, just walk behind him, which allows me to deal with everything, but I know how to do it. So there's definitely a learning curve there, because there's some really, really tricky things he can do to combo with the blood flame, or the blood pool. But I don't really get anything particularly challenging on this fight, so it's fine for me. Here he's just walking backwards, and I'm just walking into him because I know that's just gonna stall time. I also roll into this because I know he's just dead anyways. And yeah, I got him. That's the fight. There honestly wasn't any particularly tricky situation to show off. There are definitely a couple of memes as well that I haven't mentioned here, but I'll take it, I guess. Yeah, I guess I'm like taking another second here, probably hydrating and trying to calm down my nerves. Because I made it past 2 of the scariest bosses now. I grabbed this grace because I gotta collect a couple more things here, namely more rot grease and a clarifying bolus. To get there, I will basically follow the same way back and then head to the White Mask area. Yeah, I go down here. Now I can use Torrent again as well. Yeah, and I just go around, hugging the right wall. Kind of almost don't do it here, but this path would have also been fine. I don't know why I backed out there. I just wanted to be extra safe, I guess. And yeah, here I'm not gonna get invaded by any white masks because I killed Mohg. So I'm not gonna invade. I can just straight up, like I can just gun through. I want to be kind of careful with this crow though. Really don't want to aggro these guys. Which is why I do grab the rot grease and then I port back out immediately. Yeah, now I'm going back to the forge and I'm burning the Earth Tree and entering Farum Azula.
I have this world and death. Are you to commit? Very well, let my
Yeah, on this running section towards Godskin Duo, there's also not anything special going on. It's another case of Gambit being Gambit. Just makes these running sections really trivial. But I will say this strat right here is really nice. Just hitting the stairs to like lure the guy over and then dropping down and going around. Kind of really clean way to do it. And yeah, after this it's just a lot of running. And I guess I'm just praying here that nothing stupid happens. Yeah, when the dragon drops down here, you wanna pay attention, because the lightning can spread out pretty far behind him and can get close to hitting you. You can just like walk out of the hitbox, run out of the hitbox, but because it takes a while. But you want to keep that in mind. And here I like to go up this way, to the roof. Well, I guess, yeah, to this roof, to the upstairs area. Seems much safer to me than the messy room down there. It's just this area also always drops your frames. It's pretty pretty crazy area. But yeah, this way I don't aggro anyone, which is nice. Then I just go around here. I drop here. I wouldn't swing my weapon here because the sound can aggro this guy. I've had that happen before. I think it's more so if you actually jump straight to the platform, like behind him. But yeah, I would be careful and maybe not swing the weapon there. But yeah, then I just follow the path to the grace. And I'm guessing I do a bit of menuing. Yeah. more blue flasks are... Like, I don't need any more heals for the rest of the run. Any more heal flasks. And I teleport back to this grace to reset the pathing again. Here I know that it doesn't do anything, but I just... At this point I just really want to play it safe. And throw a throwing dagger first, then a kukri, because again, I'm really good at menuing. And then I am on my way to Godskin Duo. Yeah, here, the strat I do is basically also, it's basically stolen from Shilki, although I did change the kill on the first apostle so that I don't have to roll the phase transition. I take my time and check my notes here so that I have the right equipment, because the first apostle kill is kind of tight, and if I mess something up and don't notice it in time, then I'm just dead. That somehow happened to me on the run before this, where I got the exact same damage numbers as before but still died. It's kind of weird, but I changed it and now have a bit more damage. But also this is one of the spots where I don't use a cold infusion, because Bloodflame Blade is just much better here. And if you... I don't know if this is something that other people do as well, but you can trigger them, with Gambit you can trigger them, do 2 backstabs, then throw a Ruin Fragment at max height, then do another backstab, and then throw a Sleep Pot. And that will actually line up perfectly to make them sleep like in this place where you want them to be, without having to throw 2 Sleep Pots. Yeah, then I buff behind Apostle, and go behind Apostle. And here I do a CR2 and then 4 R1s, another CR2, a riposte. After the riposte I do another CR2, then I run away from the phase transition. I go back in, and with a bleed proc, 2 CR2s are just enough to kill. It's really, really tight, but it works. And I go behind Noble. Also, he almost would have hit me there, but it doesn't. He doesn't. He never does. And then I go behind Noble and do a Rot Breath to proc him. And then I lure him over to like this part of the area in general. Because when I re-sleep him during the resummon, which is what I'm going to do, I want him to be on flat ground so I don't get memed out of a riposte later. Yeah, and now Noble is going to go to Badge, and I want to sleep the respawning Apostle, and he gives me an opportunity immediately, which is nice. He's going to go to sleep as well. And I wait a bit here, because Noble wouldn't necessarily die yet, and I start buffing when he's at around 3300 damage taken. Yeah, I do the same setup. And I now do 2 CR2s, a tab R2, and another CR2. Because he gets up a little bit faster, I don't have time for the R1s, I believe. And then I do a riposte here, and I get like 1000 overkill damage, which is really nice. I go behind Apostle, and I rot this guy. Yeah, now I'm waiting for this guy to resummon to put him to Badge again. Which is now, like, it's kinda tight. You need like the full sleep pod duration to sleep them. But I get it here. And you need to hit them directly, by the way, as well. It's very important. And from Noble I wait. I also want to sleep Noble again, and I'm just waiting for a sleep pod, and he does it after the side hop here. He basically always does that when you're further away. I get the sleep pod. I roll away instantly, because just in case he would do the belly flop here. He always does an attack. But of course I get the only attack that I actually have to time a roll for. but I do it. Then I'm gonna buff here for Apostle again. And I can actually just I could do a riposte on Apostle, but I just do the same combo again that I do in the beginning, because I don't know if I would get it here with the stuff in front of him and stuff. So I just do a CR2 here to kill. Bit of overkill damage. Yeah, and now I just need to Rot Noble and essentially run away until he dies. I can also go in on the resummon, but yeah, here I don't even need to because he just dies. So this fight is nice because I kind of got rid of like all the roles that I need to do, aside from one in that niche situation, I guess, and also of like all the memes, or like most of the memes, I guess, because I don't really need like there's no like riposte memes or anything, which is really nice. So yeah. And also at this point I'm just kind of thinking I just need to do the same things as on the previous attempt and I'll just get the run. But like obviously that's easier said than done. And a couple of the remaining fights ended up being somewhat close calls. Yeah, the next scary thing that I'm doing isn't actually going to be Maliketh, because I'm totally doing bird skip on this. So yeah, but to get here, I have to go past these dogs. I once tested this with the Beast Torch, this section. Like, obviously you can just run past them like this, but I tested this with Beast Torch once and it didn't seem to work, which I find weird, but whatever. Yeah. And now it's just running towards bird skip. I have a bit of a different setup for bird skip. I should explain how this works first. A big part of bird skip is like the landing you get on the first ledge that you drop to. You can either get a hard landing, which will make you fall off after. You can get a soft landing, like without a landing animation basically, which usually means the game doesn't recognize that you are on solid ground and you'll get a hard landing on the next ledge you jump to. And then there's a middle ground, which is kind of a not so hard landing, I guess. And this is the one that most people are aiming for and have setups for to get. But I had this working for a while, but then at some point it just like stopped working consistently for me. I don't know why. So I found a different way of doing this for me. And that is that if you get a hard fall on the first ledge, if you get a hard fall, you can actually roll after you get a hard landing, as long as you don't roll into a pillar, because that's what will make you fall down. And so what I do is I drop down to this ledge, and here I get a soft landing. So this means I'll get a hard landing on this ledge once I jump there. And what I'll do is I get the hard landing, and then I do a fat roll. And the reason I do that is that the fat roll has less range and less distance, and so I'm safe from like falling down, basically. I'm safe from rolling into the pillar, or safer. Much safer. And yeah, then I just gotta land the next jumps, which, I mean, this last one especially just takes practice, but I make it through, luckily, which is nice. Yeah, it's an interesting way to like use a fat roll setup there. But I was like really confused as to whether this would actually work consistently or not, but it just does for me somehow. Also, don't fall down this hole here. That would be an embarrassing way to lose a run. Or a devastating way, I should say. you yeah, you don't really see like fat rolls being done at any other point, but it's nice that it just works on that. Also, I go for the safety bridge grace here because I'm not 100% in my 100% confident in my Maliketh, and that's rightfully so, as you'll see. Yeah, for this boss, I can say that Rod is gonna do most of the heavy lifting here, and after I proc him with the Venomous Fang, I'm actually going to use a weapon that might be very surprising for you, and I'll explain why when we get there. And this is one of the more creative fights, I feel like. Yeah. Gotta set up and buff first. Right. And I go in, buff the Fang with Rod, and I do get an immediate melee attack, which is nice. As this fight is basically just baiting out slams, after which I run to the back leg like here and uh, and get the punish with the claws. The best way I found to like actually hit him, because the hitbox is kind of weird on him. Yeah. And yeah, I get the rod off, and now I'm gonna be switching to yes, the bleed infused stitcher. It's the Godskin Stitcher. This thing has 70 bleed buildup, good reach, and okay poise damage with the R1s. I mean, yes, I did whiff the first 2 hits there, but I swear it's gonna get better. And like, I get a bleed proc in both phases with this. And this might not be objectively better than the Starfist, but it's certainly more comfortable to use. And at least when I timed the kills, it was actually pretty consistently faster for me. Also kind of nice that I get another use out of Seppuku. Although I gotta pay attention not to press L2 accidentally. And here I mess up. I do the jump attack, and then I do an R1, which I'm not supposed to. But he could have totally killed me there, I think, if I didn't get a bleed proc. I was just messing up this move with Hoarah Loux's phase transition for some reason, I think. But I mean, in my defense, I knew that bleed proc must have been close. But yeah, that was really messy. And then I mess up again, because here I'm supposed to take the backstep on 2 hand and then immediately buff the Fang. But I just like hesitate and I don't buff. And then I can't do it because he would kill me with the follow-up swing. So I just buff after rolling into this, which is also fine. Like, that's not a big mistake, but like kind of annoying. Yeah, and I'm just trying to get the rod off. And here on this attack, by the way, you can run under him as well. Just really nice, but when he does it from a pillar, you can just run below him and you don't have to like roll it if you're close enough. Whiffing a couple of hits. Yeah, I get the rod and then I switch to the Stitcher again. Yes, we're using this again. Yeah, again, I run under this attack. Overall, this fight is just about rolling in on most attacks and trying to be in a position where I can roll the Destined Death for more punishes as well. Like, roll in on the Destined Death. And I get a stun here, and I get a bleed here, and that's it. That's how, like, fast this can go, I guess. Like, I wouldn't say that going with the Starfist here is wrong or anything, but the Stitcher is at least really good too, I would say. Yeah, it solves the hitbox issue that that the fists have. which is just kind of annoying. It's not impossible to hit the boss with the fists, but I haven't really done many runs with them, and so I'm not too comfortable with it, I guess. And yeah, now, before I get to the last bosses in this run, I gotta do the last running section of the run to get my spell for good old Gideon, which is gonna be Frenzied Burst. And on the way there, I'm also gonna get Howl, and I'm gonna disable the tower. I know there is a way past it without disabling the Frenzied Flame, but I might as well take the damage boost from Howl on Gideon, which I can do because I have the Source Seal. So I can actually use Howl, and the Source Seal is necessary anyways in case the fight were to take longer than 3 minutes. So that's one of the reasons why I needed to go to Haligtree first, because then the physic would run out and I wouldn't be able to cast Frenzied Burst anymore. Yeah, doing the tower section this late into the run is definitely kind of scary, but with Gambit and at night the section is actually pretty risk-free if you follow the right path. Then you can just run through. Like you'll see here. I go to the left of this rock right here, then I head straight to this rock, and then I just hug the wall, and there's gonna be, when I go down here, and here you do see the particle effect during this part, but it won't actually drain your HP. And it also lines up to let you jump right away here once you reach the Spirit Spring. I could have waited there, I guess, but it's perfectly fine. I go up this ladder and grab Howl. And now, when standing on this chest, I find that it's really nice to have a bow or something equipped to like aim, because then you can turn around like immediately and you actually hit all the guys with one throw. Otherwise, it can kind of be annoying because you don't always stand completely up on top of this chest, even though you can't go any further backward. It's kind of weird. Also, if you jump down here, be careful not to land on a rat, because that would aggro it, I guess. But yeah. We're now done with this, and we are... I'm just gonna ride through this village and get around this side. There's not actually anything that can really hit you here, especially if you have the Beast Torch. And then here, this is the hardest jump in the run. So just first try, easy. And then, yeah, we go towards the Frenzied Burst Scarab. And this is... Yeah, you want to make sure that you don't aggro the magic flowers over here, which isn't too bad with Gambit and stuff, but... Yeah, just something to like keep in mind. Yeah, you can just kill him with... I can just kill him here with a lightning spear and get back out. Now I port back to Leyndell. I'm gonna speed this up here because I actually on the way I noticed that I forgot to do the menuing at the Grace, so I gotta port back again. Yeah, and do that first. And then there's nothing happening in Leyndell, of course. And the Gideon fight is honestly not hard at all, as long as you're patient, which can be hard at the end of a run, I guess. But the idea is essentially to abuse the super long range that Frenzied Burst has, which allows me to like outspace every single one of Gideon's attacks and still hit him. Yeah, I buff here. I get RTSR set up here. And now, oops, I go in. I should anyways, in a second. And I use my Physic and Golden Vow before triggering the boss. And then after triggering him, I run all the way back to the Fog Gate, use Howl, and then essentially start casting Frenzied Bursts. Yeah, in the beginning I get more damage here because he procs Madness really quickly. See, like, this happens after the second cast. Now, for the next proc I need 3 full casts. But yeah, that's unfortunately gonna drop off as his resistance increases. And yeah, basically how this works is, from my testing, I'm fine to keep casting full charge frenzied bursts until he like reaches the actual stairs. And once he reaches the bottom of the stairs, he can hit me with Comet. So that's what I gotta be careful of, and that's what I gotta watch essentially. Now he starts walking down the stairs, so I want to go to the pillar here, but he walks back up, so I can cast another one, go back to the... I don't get the lock on for whatever reason, but yeah. And now he runs at me, so I do an uncharged one, and then I hide behind this pillar. And I want to bait him over to this side of the arena. He Gideons around a little bit. And then he's gonna do... Yeah, I want to go past him on this side. He does the flower, so it's like super easy. But if you run past him this way, you want to run counterclockwise. And that way you can like outrun basically everything except close range comets or sometimes Mohg's blood spray, but you can just roll in like this direction as well on that one. Or like roll the comets to the side or whatever. And then you're also fine. And this is another benefit of course, doing this area last in all Great Runes, because if Gideon had triple rings, this would be a lot harder. But yeah, once I reach the other side, I do exactly the same thing, but from the other side of the arena. And here I essentially cast until he reaches the stairs again. Like it's the same thing. Once he gets up to this upper area, I have to stop. Like he can hit me with Comet, essentially. Yeah, I get a couple of hits in here. He dodges one immaculately. And then he gets up on the stairs. And now I have to wait here and kind of get past him again. I kind of try to bait him to get closer to me. But he throws me with a bit of Glintblade spam. And then I just run past the flower. This right here is what can drag on the fight so much, because he is going to start chasing me. Yeah, he's chasing me immediately, so I don't get a chance to shoot at him. And instead I have to wait again. Yeah, I do get a chance to run past his Glintblade spam, but see how I took like this curve around him? You basically want to do the same thing at the other side of the arena as well. When you go past him here. And yeah, I get some shots at him. He gets like close to the stairs here, right? And he starts walking up. I get another hit. And this is where I want to finish him off with a quick cast. And I know it's kind of safe here still. But somehow my R1 gets eaten at first. Or, yeah, I think it does. Maybe I was out of stam when I did it. But I think it got eaten. And so I get the cast off too late. And like he comets me. And I almost get blasted there. The only reason why I didn't get hit is because he walked to the side, I think. Like, that was close. That was really, really close. I should have just stayed more patient and just like, ran past him again. Because if you just are patient there, there's really not much that can go wrong. But yeah, there's a bit of Gideoning, then there's a bit of menuing, and then we're gonna be moving on. Now, like I said earlier, I would say that both remaining fights are among the hardest in the run, among the 4 hardest in the run. But I'm also pretty comfortable with these 2 in particular. Although, of course, my nerves started almost killing me here. So yeah, that's definitely something that makes these runs a lot harder. If you are actually on a run, but also there's momentum right now, right? Like, I've noticed that a lot when you actually are on a good run, things just work out sometimes, which is what happened on this run too. And that's really nice though. But yeah, I gotta switch back my physics setup and stuff here. And I'm also going to use my last 2 rod greases with the venomous fang on this fight. As I don't need them for the final boss. Yeah, I set everything up and buff. Which is just a little bit of a procedure before every boss fight, but it's not too bad on this run, I guess. And then I actually enter without stalling. Wow! I do strafe the opening here. Do 2 R1s. Maybe I could have strafed the X swing as well, but I didn't want to risk it. And you can proc rod really quickly on this guy. It's already there. And then I get to switch to the Starfist, and this weapon is just so good on this fight again. It's kind of insane. A couple of normal punishes, I get a stun, and I also get a frost proc, I believe, on this riposte. Yeah. Now I notice that he's close to phase transition, but not quite there. So I gotta fight him a bit more. And on this big slam attack, I only go for this 1 CR2 here. On my Milady run, I rolled the entire thing, but I am too scared to punish it right now. It's just like, yeah, it's kind of tight. And I do get the phase transition here, finally. A couple more hits. Also a bleed proc. And a stun. Here, I don't riposte him because you don't want to... Trust me, you don't want to transition this guy with a riposte. You can just like get staggered afterwards. It's a huge meme. Yeah, after the transition, I just run around him and I basically just like... I want to just wait for a scream and switch to the Venomous Fang and the Rod Grease to get Rod off. But instead I get a stun here, which I guess I'll take. Yeah, I'm just like, he should scream at any point, and he does here. I switch to the Venomous Fang and get out of there. Put Rod Grease on it. And then the way how I'm fighting him from now on is the simple way of just strafing and hitting R1 after an attack. The nice thing about this is that you can just roll behind him on the scream, which if you do it right, which I obviously didn't here, but whatever, it prevents his big AoE and it allows you to immediately get back in. So I feel like it's not even that much slower than fighting him more aggressively. But of course I'm nervous and yeah, I don't do it perfectly here. And so that's also why it takes me a bit of time to like proc him here. But if I'm just playing it safe, there's nothing that should really go wrong on this fight. Yeah, now the poison is off and the rod is off. And this, I switched to the Stitcher again. Because I really like the bleed build-up and the extra range that it has. And of course now the main damage comes from the rod anyways. So I feel like being comfortable with the moveset is more important here. And yeah, I keep up the poise damage with throwing daggers as well. Yeah, just a couple more punishes and then I actually do get the stun, and as you'll see, I also do get a bleed proc here, and he's just dead. So now we're one split away from getting the entire run, and let me tell you, I'm gonna have to work for it still. Yeah. But that was clean, kind of, I would say. Not optimal, but pretty clean. And yeah, now, of course, Elden Beast is always scary. In order to get ready for the final boss, I do need to equip 2 new Ash of Wars first that I haven't used anywhere else. Namely Flaming Strike and Black Flame Tornado. That's how we obviously got from Godskin Duo. I'm also gonna have both the Iron Balls and the Starfist equipped here, which is technically important for the Elden Beast damage setup. And as you will see, Radahn is gonna suffer a lot here. Like, Flaming Strike is kind of insane against him here on the balls, and it's actually unbelievable how much damage I have on him, basically at the end, on like the end boss of the run. But yeah, it's also kind of sad. I really like that fight, but we're not going to see a lot from it. But Elden Beast is unfortunately a lot more complicated, so we're going to see a lot more from that. Yeah, I do the usual procedure here. I would be interested in seeing how much more damage you could get with like the fire damage setup and stuff on Radahn. It's probably like it's just insane. Yeah, I do go in, and then on Radahn, I open with a full weapon art combo into a tab R2, and already have over 1000 damage done, so that's nice. I double roll on this just for safety at this point in the run. Not pretty. Like, he could do the fast follow-up, that's why I do that. And then I already get a stun with another CR2. I do a tab R2 into riposte. And after this, if I time it right, I get another CR2 into a tab R2, into a jump R2. He goes up, does the slam, and I get 2 more CR2s, which stun, tab R2, riposte. You can see where this is going, right? I get the second weapon art hit off here to rebuff, and then I roll this. I do a CR2, roll again, CR2. I go around him. I get 2 more CR2s into a tab R2, into a riposte, and then I do get the kill here with a CR2 into a tab R2. He could have probably teleported out on that last R2, but I could have rolled that, I'm assuming. Anyways, I re-equip the fists to get rid of Flaming Strike, buff and eat a turtleneck, which isn't 100% necessary, but it's kind of nice. And on Elden Beast, I have enough time to get a stagger with 5 CR2s here, which I'm going to follow up with a full Black Flame Tornado weapon art combo, or weapon art, into a riposte. Now, because of how fast I killed Radahn, and thus I keep my physic for longer, I don't want another CR2 here, but I decide too late that an R2 might be good. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. I drop the greatsword as Elden Beast swims away, and I drink a blue flask during the start of rings, which would, in theory, be important. It's probably not going to matter here. Well, it's not going to matter here. In case you don't know where Elden Beast shows up, by the way, I can go back to that. It's going to basically be at like 5 o'clock when its current position would be like 12 o'clock. And you can also use the ring as orientation, because this is like, this arrow right here, this marker kind of shows you where it's gonna be, roughly. The general area. And I get a CR2 and then it swims away again, which is kind of unfortunate, but it's still okay. I don't want to run straight at it though because of Wave of Gold, which is, well, just so what happens here as well. By the way, if you have to roll that, you want to be out of the actual weapon part and then roll the wave sideways. And it swims away again, which is annoying, but still fine. As I get back in the in on the discs in a second, I believe. Yeah, run away from the fire. And then there's discs. And I switched to the Starfist here, I believe. Not yet. I get a couple CR2s. Yeah, this is where I switched to the Starfist because I noticed that I'm gonna need more damage to achieve my goal, which is to stagger it out of Elden Stars, in case you couldn't tell. Yeah, I don't know how the CR2 missed right here. Kinda weird. Then here, I do miss one more. I should have gone for a tab R2 instead. And yeah, here he should stun, but he doesn't. So or it should stun, but it doesn't. So I noticed that it must have recovered some stamina, some poise somewhere, which is annoying. Like on the second one, I guess it should have, or on the first. I don't even know. But yeah, on needles, I like to go away a little bit. And then once I've done that, on standing needles, I like to do like this motion. And yeah, I get back in, and again, it doesn't stun on the first hit, but it stuns on the second one. And now I noticed that I'm 2 CR2s and then tab R2 over my setup, and in my head, I'm already saying goodbye to the Elden Star stagger, which was probably a mistake, as I could have just not taken the riposte here, but I was just like, oh, okay, whatever. I know the dodge well enough anyways. Yeah, during this fight now, if I want to dodge Elden Stars, I'm looking for my greatsword that I dropped. I think I saw it right there, and that's where I want to kind of head towards, because that's the center of the arena, right? I don't want to run into walls. By the way, for me, the distance I try to keep from the boss on that dodge is roughly what you would have after a riposte. I know some people like to wait after the cast, but I vastly prefer going around it immediately after I hear it pop Elden Stars. And yeah, there are definitely a couple of difficult combinations that the boss can do. One would be Elden Stars into Standing Needles into Wave of Gold, but everything should be dodgeable. Yeah, I just get melee swings and then some projectiles, which isn't too bad. Now, something to note is that Elden Stars is now on a, I believe, 3-minute cooldown. And I want to kill the boss before I can do it again. Or before I can do it again, because otherwise it would be far... basically, it could be far away from me. And then I would have to Memory of Grace out once it does that. And essentially, the way I'm fighting the boss right now is I'm trying to use Black Flame Tornado on like big openings, and on smaller openings I use the Starfist and just work towards a stagger. So here I do use Black Flame Tornado to get a stun. I could have... Yeah, no, it was fine. And then it's goofing around here again. I get discs one more time. And on this combo I can also do Black Flame Tornado. Could have probably done the full thing here because it's gonna do rings after this, but I know that it's gonna do rings after it swims away here. But yeah, it does goof around a little bit to stall some time for the next Elden Stars, which I really, really, really don't like. I'm kind of just positioning myself as well with the greatsword to get the boss back to the center with triple rings. So I'm just running towards like the center here. And it's swimming away again. Honestly, at this point, I'm already kind of accepting that I'm probably gonna have to Memory of Grace out, so I'm checking my... I'm gonna check my button combination in a second here. There. This is honestly... This has calmed down my nerves a lot, though, because in my brain I was thinking, like, there's actually... Like, this isn't actually the final fight here, so, like, I'm fine. Yeah, I get some nice RNG here, though. Couple more hits in. Yeah, this is another tornado. Now I'm like, okay, wait. I'm actually getting him down quite nicely here. Although, good thing I backstep out of this, because this could have killed me otherwise. Yeah. And then I get the final stagger. Yeah, I guess this was a pretty tough final fight for a pretty tough run, honestly. After I got it, I was in serious disbelief for a bit, but it felt so good once I realized I actually got this run. That definitely means a lot to me. Yeah, it was a wonderful run that also, honestly, I can only recommend to other runners that are already good at this game to try this, because let's be honest, if I got this, there are many others that could do it as well. And I'd really like this to be done by more people. And yeah, I'm watching the cutscene here, and after I'm done with this, you can see that the run was like 3:39, which includes a couple minute long break and a bit of stalling, and especially in the end, and a couple of mistakes. I feel like you could cut down the time to like sub 3:30 easily, and this doesn't even include cutting out some stuff or doing some faster strats. So yeah, the route isn't too long either. And for me personally, I've got some more plans. I have a PB of 2 in All Remembrances, which is a run I didn't love, but I might go back to it, and as you expect if you followed my runs a bit, it's with a really cool and underused off-meta weapon, so that's something to look forward to. And there are a couple more things I want to do in this game, but in terms of low damage, I'm currently not planning to go further than this run. But then again, I have some master run ideas, so we'll see, I guess. Yeah, lastly, I want to also shout out the Team Hitless community. I probably would have never even thought about doing this run if it weren't for inspirations and tips and strats from other nice, welcoming, and extremely skilled runners. So, in all honesty, thank you guys for that. Thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. And with that, I'm at the end of this very long video. Let me fast forward to the time here. In case you're still watching this, thank you for clicking on this video and listening to me yapping, and have the nicest possible rest of your day or night. Yeah, we'll see the time here in a second. Roughly 3:39. Yeah. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.